getting it from every corner. Pressure, the people them a ball out pressure. We and them applying more pressure. But what's in you can say my we save ya. I hear my people balling out. Everybody suffering. We and them don't know what they're about. The people only crying. We and them only playing. Can't believe in what they saying. Because it's evil things them what them doing. And have the people them a ball. And every day me hear pressure. The people them a ball out pressure. The people them applying more pressure. But what's in you can say my we save ya. Pressure. The people them a ball out pressure. The people them a ball out pressure. But what's in you can say my we save ya. You hear me, me see them from a distance, how them say them want them country run. Drilling the gas and oil, and them give Tobago none. But yet the youth said gun, fi shoot them brother down. And if them continue, the youth them a go done. What's up, sit up on them tune and him now watch the heathen them from far. Now call on him like that, me now go point you finger. You all know who you are, you all know who you are. What you fighting this war for? Pressure, the people them a ball out pressure. The government applying more pressure. But what's in you can say my we save ya. Pressure, the people them a ball out pressure. The government applying more pressure. What's in you can say my we save ya. I hear my people crying oh.
Good morning, Tobago, Trinidad, rest of the world, the region. Good morning to you. My name is Tasha Grace Boris, Progressive Democratic Patriots candidate for Tobago West, and it is Friday, 7th of August, 2020. We are coming to you live from the studios of the Street 91.9 FM. That is broadcasting from Crown Point. Some rain has come down to bless the landscape this morning, so the place is nice and cool. Good morning to you guys who have joined me very early. Your radios are on in your homes, your cars, your offices. For those of you who are looking at me online on YouTube and the Street 91.9 FM page, good morning. And those of you who are looking at me on my live, good morning and thank you for joining me so early. Today is Fight the Power Fridays, and I don't like to say this is my last show because last is a little bit too final for me. But, this is the last show before the election. And certainly I have had a grand time. I could not have asked for a better experience being with you these mornings for the last 4 weeks. Thank you for the opportunity, for the platform that my voice has been able to use. And for me to be welcome into your spaces and for you to welcome me into your hearts and minds. I have made so many lifelong friends and supporters. So thank you for all the well wishes and the love that you always share every single day. Thank you so much for just looking out for me. Thank you so much for joining me, all your support, even your criticisms, your suggestions, your recommendations, your remedies for my throat. I mean, my throat will only completely heal after the election. I have given up on my throat being back to 100% between now and then because the amount of work that I still have to do for over the next 72 hours in terms of getting into the communities and talking to the people, I know that my voice is not going to hold up until election day. But that's okay because on election day itself, I could kind of afford to be silent, dragging around an oxygen tank with me because the idea here is to galvanize the vote. August 10, 2020 is 3 days away. Let us understand the gravity of that situation. It is 3 days away, 72 hours away from Decision 2020, 72 hours away from the chance that Tobagonians and by extension Trinbagonians, they now have the opportunity to legally elect their new representatives to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And certainly this is a responsibility that no one should take lightly. Today is Fight the Power Fridays, and there's so many powers that we have to be fighting against, and prayer is very important at this time. Last night in Mason Hall, those of you who came out to the meeting, thank you so much for joining us last night. I was out canvassing and campaigning a little bit late, so I got to Mason Hall just as Mr. Duke was about to start to speak, and I had no intention of going up to speak, but he called me up, and the words just flowed. Whatever I had to say had to be said in that moment. So for those of you who were there, you certainly saw the lioness come out for that 5 minutes that I spoke. And then Mr. Duke asked me to pray, which is something that I don't really do very often. But I noticed that his voice was going and my voice was going as well, because he didn't speak as long as he normally does. So he asked me to pray. And when my leader asked me to pray for my people, and that is very, very, very critical and important, because it means that we are fully aware that the fight that we are engaging in is not just a physical fight, but it's also a very spiritual fight. And I love to pray for my people, so that when I opened my mouth to pray, the Lord's words flowed through me. And it was an experience. Honestly, I was caught on stage, because when I get down into praying for my people, because I know what we've been through, I know what we've been going through, I know the oppression that we have felt, I know the victimization we have been facing, I know the atmosphere is heavy, it is pregnant with something that is not of God. So that when I prayed last night, it's for lifting of spirits and breaking of chains. And that's very, very, very important, because leaders have to be able to pray for their people. How many elected representatives have you heard pray for you? Pray for you and your family. Pray for the island. Pray for the nation. How many elected representatives have gone up on platforms? They talk a lot of things. They talk about mandates. They talk about manifestos. They talk about plans and what they did and what they didn't do. But prayer. You know how good your leader is if they come out and they pray for you, if they lift you up in prayer, because it means that they think further of you than there's a body standing in front of them, that's somebody who needs help, somebody who needs assistance, somebody who needs representation. But we need, as leaders, to learn how to pray, and to pray for our people, and not be afraid to pray publicly for people, because there's nothing to be ashamed of when you lift your people up in prayer, because we know that people are fighting individual battles wherever they are. So it's not just a political battle, but people are fighting personal battles every single day. And when they come to you, you don't know what spirit they're coming to you with. And sometimes when you pray for them, you break that veil over them, you break that chain, you break whatever that is holding them back, that allows you to be able to do the work that you have to do in that particular person's life. Politics is not just about representation. There's a deeper aspect to it, and that's why we need to be the game changers. We need to be the disruptors, because the young people are not seeing politicians who are spiritually aligned. That's the problem. We are seeing too many people offering themselves up for public office who are not spiritually aligned, and they can't lead us. And we see that when they go into power, they get consumed by power, they get consumed by greed, they drown in corruption, they get involved in illegal activity, they do immoral things, they do unethical things, and they are no longer the people that we elected. And we ask ourselves, is it that politics changes the person, or is it that the person was already that way and politics just revealed them? I'm saying to you this morning, we have been electing too many leaders who are not spiritually aligned. And this country needs leaders who are spiritually aligned, because in order to take this country in the direction it has to go, in order to take this country out of the morass that it has found itself in, we need leaders who are very much grounded in God, grounded in His will and His way and His word. That's what we need. So today is Fight the Power Fridays, and I want us to understand exactly what kind of powers we're coming up against. Let me get rid of the politics thing very, very early in this interaction with you guys. Monday is the general election. The time has come. The time is fast approaching. I was launched on January 26th, 2020. That was approximately 7 months ago. And in my wildest imagination, I could not dream of the journey that I've had from then to now. And my evolution as a person has come very fast. It has become very swift. That the person that I was when I was launched on the 26th is not the person that is in front of you today. Even the person that spoke on a platform in Gardenside 3 weeks ago is not the same person that you see in front of me today, because every day is a day for reflection. Every day is a day for learning. Every day is a day for self-improvement. Every day is a day and a chance, an opportunity, once you have life, health, and strength, to do better and be better. So that every day that I've come, I have evaluated. Right before I sleep, I take a moment to reflect on the day and reflect on my experiences and reflect on what I have to improve on. What do I have to be better? Do I need more patience? Do I need patience is plenty. You always need patience. You're always praying for patience, But do I need more patience? Do I need to listen more? Do I need to be more accessible? Do I need to be more forthright? Do I need to be more assertive? Do I need to be a little bit more quiet? Do I need to be a little bit more reflective? Those are the questions. Those are the conversations I have with myself at the end of the day, because being a leader means that you have to constantly be available to evolve for your people. Because you have to adapt. You are the example, so that you have to ensure that you're not set in your ways. When we look at some politicians, even the current crop of leaders that we've had over the last few years, they almost make excuses for the way they are. They're like, okay, that is how we stop, so we have to accept him like that. And I say to that, no. The hallmark of a true leader is being able to adapt to the changing circumstances that present themselves to you, and not allow yourself to be hardened by your experiences, because it's easy to go on the negative. It's easy to say, oh, people want so much. Or it's easy to say, you can't please everybody. But if you approach leadership from that standpoint, then you're setting yourself up to fail, instead of just looking at the fact that you need to be the first example for the people. You as the leader, because you offered yourself. You can't fault the people for expecting that you would be superhuman. You know why? You put yourself there. You offered yourself. And when people choose you, people elect you, people want you to perform. And you can't let them down. That's the reality. You can't let them down. So that you have to be in a constant state of evolution, because you have to adapt to the dynamic and changing circumstances that present themselves to you. People come to you for different reasons. People come to you for physical help. They come to you for mental help. They come to you for financial help. They come to you for spiritual help, because sometimes all people need is a hand to hold and a prayer. And that is how they get through. And that you are the person that they look to. Because their home situation might not give them the leadership they're looking for. Their church might not give them to that. Their community might not give them that. But you, because you've presented yourself publicly as a leader, they look to you for that. And you can't disappoint. You can't disappoint. We are fighting a powers that have dictated to us that people who go into political leadership are traditionally people who can be bought. We can't remember. Young people don't really have much example in terms of leaders that they can hold up and say, these persons are of impeccable character. They have shown themselves to be true leaders. The landscape is bare. And we are emerging in this time. This generation of leaders that are coming up are emerging at a time when we have to disrupt the status quo, when we have to fight the power, because there are powers fighting against us. It's easy to get in politics and be swayed and corrupted by access to power. It's easy to get in politics and be swayed by access to money and resources and vices and people, and to be swayed by that. And that is why I indicated that it's so important to be spiritually grounded, because that is the thing. That is the key. That is the thing that keeps you on solid ground. That is the thing that anchors you to the ground. And that is the thing that keeps you remembering your why. That's the thing that keeps helping you to remember the reason why you got into this. And some people got into this for all the wrong reasons, and they would essentially be, swept aside. Because that's how God works. Yeah? That's how God works. He raises up and he also takes down. And he gives the people the power to do that as well. So that Monday morning, bright and early, August 10, 2020, especially for those of you out there who are spiritually inclined, and that kind of thing. Are we electing persons who are spiritually grounded? Are we electing persons to positions who we know keep God's center first and foremost and will not be swayed? And even if they are swayed, that they can ask for forgiveness, that they can discern that they have made an error, that they can improve. Because sometimes the apology may not be public, but the apology may be to God, and they do that work with God so that they ensure that they didn't fall in the same trap again. You know, sometimes forgiveness is just a transaction between you and God. You understand what I'm saying? But the demonstration of that, the fact that you repented, is you being a better leader and you being a better person and you coming out of that, whatever that experience, that trial or that tribulation, a better person to lead your people because you are listening to them and you are making adjustments to suit. So today is Fight the Power Fridays. And again, let me get the politics out of the way very, very early. And I want to speak to specific groups of people at this point in time. I want to speak to my young people, because I'm still meeting young people who do not know the importance of voting and participating in a process to choose your leaders. Because everybody, every person, every individual is a leader in your own right. But because you exist in society, there's certain structures that exist. There's certain laws that have to be followed. There's certain norms that are accepted. And one of those structures that exist are governance structures. Everybody can't govern. Everybody can't be a prime minister. Everybody cannot be a member of parliament or an area representative. Everybody can't be the president of the village council or the president of the football team. Most oftentimes, the majority of persons are followers because you put leaders there to lead. You put persons in there that you think that can make the best decision for the majority of persons. Yeah? So I'm talking to my young people this morning. I want you guys to put on your radios, get your young people out to listen to what I have to say, share the live, let them listen to this little 5 minutes that I'm going to dedicate to them, this little 10 minutes that I'm going to get dedicated to them. I could remember being 18 years old, and I could remember voting for the first time, and I could remember growing up in a household where my father made it his business that we would watch news 7 o'clock, regardless of what was going on. That TV, as long as there was electricity, that TV would be on news. And my father would religiously buy the newspaper every single day. There is not a day that I have been alive growing up that my father has never purchased newspapers as long as newspapers were available. And what I'm saying is, at this point, for young people who are out there contemplating still on the fence, not satisfied with what you're seeing, standing where you're standing and saying the government can't do anything for you, or what is the purpose of government, I'm saying to you this morning that you have the power. And that power is very, very, very real. Because as long as you're living in society, you may not see the government working for you. You may not see the government physically come to your house and hand you a check or do something for you, like give you a job or give you a grant or do something like that, something tangible that you could say this is what the government did. A lot of people do not get that. But think about it in a bigger scope, because I was having this conversation with a young man yesterday, and in talking to him, I always take the approach, well, okay, what would you like to see happen in Tobago that would improve the life of yourself and other young people like yourself? And he was like, well, I have a job. I work for the THA. I work in health. And where I live home. I don't have to pay rent. And where I live is my property, basically, because I'm an only child, so that I don't have to go out there and purchase land or anything like that. And I bought a car for myself. I don't have a girlfriend. I don't have children. My life is set. And a lot of you young people fall into that category. Your life is set. Your life is set because somebody else made sacrifices to ensure that your life was set, whether it be your parents, whether it be other relatives, your siblings, anybody, somebody, somewhere, even maybe a representative or a politician, made a contribution that ensures that some of you guys' lives are set. So that you ask yourself, what is the purpose of me voting if a government literally can't do anything for me because I have everything? You know what I told that young man? I said, I thank God that your life is set, because you are one of very few young people in this country who can say that. The majority of young people, and I still consider myself a young person, we are struggling. We are struggling. It's not the government's fault that we're struggling. It's just life. We're struggling. We're struggling for different reasons. I am 34 years old with 2 children. I have been employed gainfully for the last 17 years at progressive jobs, so that my salary has increased with every job that I have had. And at the level, the salary that I'm making now, I can't afford a mortgage. I can't walk into the bank and be given a mortgage to purchase a piece of land or a piece of property because my salary does not qualify. And I know there are persons who are making way less than I make on a monthly basis, way less. I'm talking to the persons who are employed in places like CPEP and Europe, these development programs, 10 days on, 10 days off, $800 a fortnight. At $1,600 a month, you will never afford property in Tobago at the level, at the rate that it's being sold. You will never. And as long as you don't qualify yourself, as long as you don't get training, skills, get an opportunity to have a business, get an opportunity to transition yourself out of CPEP and Europe and into something that is more solid and stable, you will never get out of that poverty cycle. It will not happen. It wouldn't happen. So I'm saying to those who have their bread buttered already, nothing is wrong with that. Thank God for that every day. Your vote is ensuring that somebody else could get a chance to get his bread or her bread buttered. Because I told that young man, because he was with another young man, I said, you have your life set, but your partner over there, he probably renting. He probably wants to buy a piece of land and can't afford. He probably wants to elevate himself, go back to school, pay for his schooling, but he can't because his salary doesn't reach up. He probably has a child or a girlfriend or a child on the way, and he is now trying to figure out how he can raise that child on the money that he's making. And he, just like a whole host of other young people, don't have a lot of options. So that when you vote, you're not just voting for yourself. You're not just voting for your children, because whatever decisions you make are going to impact anybody that comes after you. You're actually voting for your partner who's struggling. You're voting for your sister over there who's trying to make a better life. You're voting for everybody out there who doesn't have the opportunities that you have, because you have been blessed to have parents who paved the way for you, or relatives who left you with property to inherit, or a government in past who may have done things that directly benefited you. A lot of persons have not directly benefited from government and governance. And as a result, you have the opportunity on Monday to make a good choice, the best choice for the persons who do not have the same privileges as you. Governments are responsible for the things that you have access to that we take for granted every day. Things like healthcare, things for roads, things for infrastructure, public administration, services that come into communities, things like community development programs, things like sporting facilities, things like schools and educational facilities, things like recreation. Those are the things we take for granted. Yeah, you might be hustling, whether that hustle be legal or illegal, but at some point in time, if you get ill, you have to go to the hospital. You want to make sure that the people who are in charge of that hospital are the people who can do the work the best, and that is where governance comes in. Governments their role is to ensure that the systems that exist in society work in the best way that they should. So that when you're young and you're hot and sweaty and you want to buy a car, because the bank's giving away cars, they're not interested in conversations with young people about land and property, sadly, and we need to change that as well. That is something that we need to seriously address. We need in our Tobago space to make the environment a lot more open and a lot more promising and a lot more conducive to young people to be able to own property. I stood in Susselands the other day in front of the house that my father built. And in 1991, when he purchased land in Susselands, it was $7,000 a lot. And he was around the age that I am when he made that purchase. At my age now, and I'm probably making about 3 or 4 times the amount of money my father made back then, I can't even have a conversation with a realtor about purchasing lands in Tobago. And I'm saying that that situation is something that good governance can arrest. We want our young people to own lands. We want our young people to be able to build property and pass on this property to their generations to come. And the only way we can do that is put governments in place who have the best interests of the people at heart. I don't want my young people to just settle for 10 days. You need to, when these politicians come to you and asking you for a vote, how can you set me up for my future generations? Because I'm looking at down the road, at 10 days might be able to feed me today, but it can't sustain me for the rest of my life. What are you bringing to the table? What can we do together? Because it's an exchange. It's not just a government doing and giving. What are you contributing to that exchange? What are you doing in your communities to see how you can improve the lives of the people in your communities? How can you create businesses in your communities so that money can start to circulate within that community? How are we building the capacity of our persons in communities to be leaders in their communities? And I'm talking about leaders at the levels of the community councils. We are preparing persons who already have experience and are ageable and old for that, as well as our young people. Our young people, you need to recognize that this is your time. This is your time. This is your time. This is your time to stand and take your place. Because the fight is for who? Young and strong. Our elders are there to advise us. They are there to guide us. They are there to protect us and pray for us. But the young people will be on the front lines of this fight for development. They would be on the front lines of the fight for progress. And for those of you young people out there who have your bread buttered, when you vote for the man who doesn't have his bread butter. And you have to make sure to put somebody in there who is going to take care of the needs of that young man. Because not everybody starts off life on the same playing field. That's a reality. Not everybody is born with a gold spoon in their mouth. That is the reality. So when we face the reality that there is inequalities that exist, and that's only natural, and the role of government is to come in there and bring some levelness to the playing field. So that as a young person, think about your friends. Think about the young man who has potential in business. But because he doesn't qualify for a grant, he will remain struggling unless somebody stretches their hand to assist that young man to realize his dreams and passion. Think about the young woman who wants to elevate herself out of a cycle of poverty through education. And she simply wants the opportunity to go to school, get educated, and when she gets educated, to be able to work in the area or work in the place that she's most passionate about, where she can give her best every single day that she goes out to give her best. Think of those young people. Think about the young family, the young man and the young woman who just got married and they want to build a family, but they want to be able to buy land and build a house to make sure that their families are protected, that they can pass on this property to their generations. And even with a combined salary in 2020, they still cannot go to any commercial bank and have a conversation about owning land, that the only thing that the bank will give them is a car which is a depreciating asset, a car that as soon as it's driven out of the showroom immediately loses 30% of its value, a car that based on the state of our roads, you probably have to change out within 7 to 10 years. And that banks, which are so driven to making profit, are not geared towards developing people. That's why we talk about a Tobago Development Bank, because we see banks as being facilitators of the growth and development of the people on this island. That is what we're looking at, that we are creating systems. We want to create systems where our young persons can afford land and property. When you look at what has passed for development for the last 20 years under the present administration, they have built developments, yes. But when you look at these developments that are built by contractors, these houses are at an inflated price. That a couple years ago, I listened to our budget. And when I was listening to the contribution by the Minister of Housing, and they spoke about how much thousands of houses that are being built in Trinidad at approximately $350,000 and $450,000 per unit, and townhouses might be a little bit more. And that the average price for a 2-bedroom box in Tobago, because it's a box, it's on 5,000 square foot. If you cooking in your kitchen, your neighbor know what you're cooking. If you and your husband get away, the neighbor know exactly why you and them get away. Right? Those houses are so close together. The walls are so thin. They are boxes. that a box being built by contractors in Tobago, and all the boxes look the same, is on average $1.2 million. So it costs almost 3 times the cost to build a house in Tobago versus constructing that same unit in Trinidad. So that is why we can't have houses built in any big way. How many houses have been built in Tobago over the last 20 years? 500. And 500 might be a generous figure. It might be about 500. Let me just give them 1,000 to be generous. 1,000 houses over the last 20 years. But Trinidad is moving full steam ahead with its housing initiatives. And persons are benefiting down there. And we are seeing persons being able to benefit down here. There. Yet still something is not right in Tobago. We're at a level of stagnancy. We're all at a level of stasis. And they are telling us that it costs 3 times the amount of money to build the same house in Tobago versus Trinidad. And we want to sing side by side we stand. All of these things we have to fight. All of these things. An oppressive business environment has been created in Tobago so that the young person in Tobago has to make 3 times the amount of money to build a house in Tobago versus that same young person in Trinidad. That a young person in Trinidad with $1.2 million can essentially build 3 houses. And a young person in Tobago could barely live one. I want you to understand where the fight taking place. This is what we fight against. That is a serious level of inequality that exists in the Tobago space. Tobago has been left to flounder. Tobago has been left to be underdeveloped. And that has persisted because governments, elections come, elections go. Governments, successive governments have not sought to create an equal playing field for the residents, the citizens, the inhabitants of this island versus their counterparts in Trinidad. That is the power we fight. A system that has been built for the last 100+ years that dictates that the people of Tobago have to suffer more, that our dollar is not worth more, that our dollar does not stretch as far as our counterparts in Trinidad. That is what we fight. That is one of the things we are fighting against. So when we vote, we vote against, or we fight against a system that creates oppression. And that is an oppressive system. And people on the other side are not speaking about that. They are not talking about a system that exists that means that a Tobagonian already starts on a negative footing in the Tobago space. How are we addressing that? That is why we have advanced the idea of a living wage. We already know it's 2 and 3 times more expensive to live in Tobago. If that is the case, why is our minimum wage pegged to national minimum wage, which is more reflective of a circumstance that exists in Trinidad where economies of scale exist down there? That somebody's dollar in Trinidad stretches further than somebody's dollar in Tobago. If that is the case, and we are going down the road with logic this morning, then Tobago's minimum wage should be 2 and 3 times the national minimum wage. That's why we've introduced the concept of implementing a living wage for persons resident in Tobago. And even that in and of itself, once we can implement that, we can have persons who are now interested in coming and live in Tobago because Tobago has a living wage. That if you have CPEP workers and URP workers who are working 10 days on and 10 days off and making $1,600 a month, when they realize Tobago paying a minimum wage, not a minimum wage, a living wage, don't you think that more people will want to try to seek employment in Tobago to live and work and grow here and spend money here? The idea is to stimulate the economy, right? The idea is to stimulate the economy, and Tobago needs to be able to do that. But the power we fight is the fact that our laws, our constitution has been set up in such a way that 39 parliamentarians in Trinidad could bully Tobago. They can use the might of their 39 votes to bully Tobago. Let's fight the power. PNM will come and tell you, oh, we could not carry the autonomy bill to Parliament because we would not have gotten the 3/5 majority. The opposition would not have supported it. But yet you were able to pass other legislation with the same 3/5 majority. All right, let me scrap that excuse. A previous UNC administration or a UNC-led administration, the People's Partnership Government, they indicated that they wanted to give us autonomy. But you know what we were told? That the opposition would not support it. So everybody playing musical chairs down there. They're switching from opposition to government, and Tobago business could never be taken care of. I want us to understand the power that we fight. They use the power of their numbers. They use the power of their numbers to ensure that we could never get what we asked for. PNM no UNC can't give us what we asked for. Because you know they would always do? They will blame one another. They will continue to blame one another for not ensuring that Tobago's autonomy issue is settled. Since 1996, I read in the Hansard, 2000 Dispute Resolution Commission report, when Ramesh Lawrence from Mirage was Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, he indicated that then UNC government led by Mr. Bazio Pandey wanted to give Tobago full autonomy. This is since 2000. This conversation is very, very old. Since 2000, and it's in the Hansard, you can check. And they were objected to since then by the PNM. Dr. Rowley stood up and asked, what does this autonomy look like? What would it look like? I'm ad-libbing his words. And you could already see that there was a reluctance. And there's always been a reluctance. Why is that, Tobago? I need to fight that power. And the only way we can fight that power is voting for 2 representatives who will not bow to a leader of government business and who will not bow to an opposition chief whip. That is what you have to do. You have to send 2 people who will insist that 2 equals 39. That is the reality. That is the reality. Those are the powers that we fight against. They bully us with their numbers, and every 5 years they tell us they can't do this thing because the other side would not support it, and it's a bald-faced lie. Because 39 parliamentarians in Trinidad fixing Trinidad business. We are seeing schools being opened. We are seeing hospitals being opened. We are seeing indoor facilities being opened. We are seeing road networks being commissioned. We are seeing delivery taking place in the communities. We are seeing roads being fixed. We are seeing recreational spaces being improved. We are seeing all manner of delivery taking place down there. But in Tobago, what we seen? We celebrate 1 fire station, 1 police station. And we tell ourselves, yes, we perform. That is what performance look like, bare minimum. Putting down speed bumps in front of school. You are lauding that as an accomplishment. Putting up posters, that is an accomplishment as a member of parliament that you are patting yourself on the back for. Bare minimum, not even minimum, because I don't even think that's a minimum standard of performance. Those are maintenance items. Governments have to build police stations. Government have to build fire stations. Government have to fix roadways. Government have to inform the society of the things that they are doing. Those are minimum. What did you do outside of bare minimum? You were paid handsomely. What have you done to significantly improve the lives of the people that you represent? That if when you started, your community was making $20 million in revenue, and through your representation and advocacy, the community making $120 million, like I said, that is performance. That is rep. But if your community is no better under your stewardship, 5 years you sit down there, and the community can't say, we are better off. What did you do? What did you do? Right? Tobago, we have to understand where our fight is taking place. This is a Tobago fight. We are fighting 39 people because they have the numbers. We don't. That's how the Constitution was set up. The Constitution is disadvantageous to Tobago. It is. Because 2 does not equal 39 according to the Constitution. That a bill, 39 of them could gang up and pass any bill, you. They don't need our 2 seats to pass a bill in the parliament in Trinidad. They have 39 seats down there. I want you to understand that. Any bill that they bring based on their numbers, they can pass. And they don't have to consult with Tobago at all. They don't need 2 seats in Tobago. But one bill out of hundreds that has been passed, hundreds over the years, one Tobago bill, we too can't pass it. We need the support of the 39. You see how unequal that is? You see how unfair that is? You see how disadvantageous that is? So that when they tell you what 2 seats could do, they say it from the standpoint of, we done defeated already. So we might as well just get 2 rep there, put them in government, they go be in cabinet, they go get 2 minister position, and they might be able to do 1, 2 little thing for all, yeah? That's what they're saying. But they're not saying those 2 seats must stand always in true defense of the people and the island of Tobago. Those 2 seats must always stand in the best interest of Tobago. And I'm going to bring back the point. You have a Secretary for Finance standing up in the Tobago House of Assembly saying that he needs $4.5 billion for Tobago. And you as the MP stand up in a house with a Minister of Finance who say, nah, I give them 2.5, and you stand up and say you supporting the budget. You are a traitor. Not a traitor, a traitor. I'm saying it this morning. You are a traitor to Tobago's cause. Because all I say, when PNM in power in Trinidad and PNM in power in Tobago, Tobago gets what it wants. Patrick Manning say Tobago gets what Tobago wants. But Tobago has never gotten what it's asked for. Stop lying. Tobago has never gotten what it has asked for under any administration. Because we are always taking our 2 seats and giving them to the PNM. Or we give them to the UNC on 2 occasions. So who more guilty here? All they're talking about PDP giving the 2 seats to UNC. PNM has always been taking our 2 seats and doing nothing with it. Let us be real. They have been taking our 2 seats for the last 40-something, 50-something odd years. But we don't talk about that. But all I want to vex with the UNC. We should vex with all you. We are upset with all of you because all of you have continuously, constantly taken those 2 Tobago seats for granted. And we're saying that Monday, the 10th of October 2020, it is time for Tobagonians to choose 2 representatives who are going to ensure that those 2 seats are never taken for granted. Because they will have to listen to us. When we stand in Parliament, they will have to give way to us. Because we stand for Tobago. We stand for this proud island of 60,000 plus inhabitants. And we know what the clear mission is in this time. Because once we bring home the autonomy and once we get our improved allocation, the mission would change. We would move on to other things. We would move on to other pressing items. But those 2 are the most critical. Because the role of the MP is to pave the way for the THA to do its work. And if the MPs are working against the best interests of the Tobago House of Assembly, how can they do the best that they can do? They can't. Because you have 2 MPs standing up in Parliament supporting a Minister of Finance who never lived one day in Tobago and could come and say to Tobagonians, well, you can't get a 4.5 billion, or a whole a little 2.5 and settle with that. That is what they are saying to us. And our 2 MPs are tapping table for that. They're throwing pickong for that. Because you know why? Party more important than people. That is what has happened. When they go down there, party more important than people. But I'm telling you guys, that power, because they just get drunk on power when they reach down the road. I am a minister. I am honorable. I am in charge. They say it. They grandstand. You see it. The arrogance comes out. I'm saying to you, Tobago, judge them by their works. Judge them by what they have done, their utterances, their behavior. 2 Tobago seats should never be under any party banner, because the people of Tobago always suffer. Always suffer. Tobago should have its place. Tobago should have its space. At least one sitting. One sitting. And there's not much to ask for, One sitting every 3 months. We could do that as a start. One sitting every 3 months should be dedicated to Tobago, where the 2 MPs in Tobago can stand and speak on Tobago issues relative to their constituency. That our chief secretary can stand and speak on behalf of the on behalf of the Tobago House of Assembly. That select secretaries and whoever is in the minority can stand and speak in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. I would cry tears of joy the day I see a Tobago Day in Parliament, because it means that at that point we truly standing side by side. That the national community can now listen to the voices of Tobago's chief representatives. I would love to see a Tobago Day in Parliament. And that could be done. That can be achieved. That we can designate one day every 3 months to be Tobago Day in Parliament, where 39 parliamentarians sit down and listen to our chief representatives speak on behalf of 60,000 inhabitants of an island that is separated by water, that we have our own goals and dreams and aspirations for our people. And that is one of the things that I would strongly advocate for, that Tobago Day in Parliament. I want to see my Chief Secretary, Fali Chavez Agustin, stand up in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago and speak on behalf of his assembly. I want to see that happen. Because that Tobago voice always goes missing, is always subsumed within the larger context of what takes place at Parliament level. That all the 2 Tobago seats have been rubber stampers of a Trinidadian focused development agenda. But those same 39 seats cannot support a Tobago development agenda. I want all you to understand where the fight taking place. They have no problem passing a bill to fix their business down there. But they are saying to us over here that they have problems passing a bill to fix our business over here. And as long as our 2 MPs wear the party colors of whoever in government, Tobago business will never fix. If they came to you 5 years ago and said, we are settling this autonomy issue, PNM in Trinidad, PNM in Tobago, and the Prime Minister is a Tobagonian, and they never settled it, they allowed the bill to lapse. Even that and all in and of itself is so obscene, that they allowed the bill to lapse. They knew what this bill meant for Tobago people. They allowed it to lapse. They come into you again to ask for a second chance to do the thing they couldn't achieve 5 years now. How that making sense? You have to put people in there who want to do the work. That is the simple fact of the matter. And they have demonstrated that they wasn't interested in doing the work. They wasn't interested. Because the 2 of them cannot tell Dr. Rowley anything. That is the fact of the matter. Because anybody who stands up to him, he deals with. And we've seen that. That is fact. So those two toothless bulldogs that we had in the parliament representing us for the last 5 years could not stand up to the Prime Minister and said, look, we came here with a mandate, with a mission from the people of Tobago, and that mission was one thing. They sent us down here for one thing. The one thing they sent us for was this autonomy. They didn't even send us to look for more money for them. We go in and do that. You see how we want to work for all you? We not just going and look for the autonomy thing. We go in and look for money for all you. More money. They went down there with one mission. PNM in Trinidad, PNM in Tobago, settle the autonomy issue. One mission. And you would think that the environment that existed for that to happen was the most perfect one. Nothing doing. So if that environment existed for the last 5 years, what makes us think? What do you think could be so different in the next 5 years that will make it happen this time? What will be so different? You all want another 5 years to waste our time? Another 5 years for Tobagonians to wait for our self-determination? That in 5 years' time, we coming back on our election platform asking for this autonomy thing again? That what you wanted to do to us? That what you want to do to us? All I need to move. It's time for all you to move. You all have outlived your usefulness. It's time for all you to move. Because it's apparent that you're taking Tobagonians for fools. You continue to take Tobagonians for fools. We send you down the road for one thing. We didn't send you down the road to run up your phone bill. And you're so embarrassing. You're so embarrassing. You wasn't raised right. You know if you do something wrong, quietly pay it back. Even if you had to pay it back in installments, we would have said, well, all right, you make her out, but at least you pay it back. The state had to pay that phone bill. That was an embarrassment for all Tobagonians. You going out the country and behaving like I never see come see and run up a phone bill and you didn't even have the gumption, the gall to pay it back. Taxpayers' money. Why taxpayers' money must go for your mistake? You're not good. That is not demonstration of good upbringing, because if you do wrong, you apologize and you make amends. That was an embarrassment to all Tobagonians. We didn't send you down there to run up your phone bill. We didn't send you down there to be going here, there, and everywhere. We sent you down there for one thing, and that should have been at the top of the agenda down there. After they had fixed Tobago's business, you didn't have to do nothing else for the 4 3/4 years you sit down in Parliament. You didn't have to do nothing, because Tobagonians would have said, yes, you do the thing that we send you down there to do. We happy, and they would have voted you back in. Easy like that. I would not have had a chance at all. But we send you down there to do one job, and you did not do it. Why are you asking for a second opportunity to fail? Why are you doing that? I want to speak especially to our contract workers this morning, because I was a contract worker under the Tobago House of Assembly, and I want all to understand the kind of power I have. You can't be on contract for 10 and 12 and 15 years. That is oppressive in and of itself. Because if you're on contract for 10 and 15 years in the same position, it means that a vacancy exists. Contract workers right now who have tenure over 10 years should be arguing to be made permanent. You know what power you guys have? That all contract workers across Tobago can band together. Those of you who have over 10 years in that position, or you were in that position and promoted and moved to a higher level, but that position existed for more than 10 years. You all can band together and demand to be made permanent, because it is only right. No more should contracts be waived over the head of people, and you should be told that the only way your contract would be renewed is if you support a particular regime. You have been doing the job. And I'm talking about those of you who are good workers there. And I'm talking about those who just draw in pay and not working. Because there are some great workers in the system, and there are also some who don't deserve their jobs. So I'm talking to those who have been working and performing, those contract workers. I was a youth auxiliary at the Department of Youth Affairs in the year 2005. And I worked there for for 3 years. And I left there in 2008. And there are still persons there who are working, have been working since I left. They're still there on contract. And those positions exist. So that means they've been working for about 15 years on contract in the positions that they know exist. And the argument that was put forward by the previous chief secretary, not Mr. Charles, but Mr. London, was that contract employment was created, or not even Mr. London, maybe back in the days of Mr. Charles, that contract workers were, that establishment was ballooned, so to speak, because Tobago, it was taking long for them to put those positions on the establishment. Public Service Commission in Trinidad, and that's another reason why we have to bring home this autonomy issue. That they're saying that our positions in our establishment have to be approved by an entity in Trinidad. So contract work was created to fill the gaps in the meantime while they are doing their job. 20 years later, the people still on contract. Public Service Commission still do their work. And now we have two problems. One, the permanent positions still do not exist on the establishment 20 years down the road, which means that somebody fell down on the work. And two, you now have contract workers who are working essentially in permanent positions but do not have security of tenure. They don't. Because the systems that we should have put in place to ensure that at least when they start their contract, they're able to sign those contracts. And when the contracts come to an end, they are paid their gratuity on time and their new contracts are prepared on time so that they can sign them and they are able to do something. It wouldn't be much. They might be able to get a mortgage, but at least with a 3-year contract, they could borrow a loan. They could still do business and these kinds of things. That there are contract workers who don't even see their contracts. They don't know what their contracts look like, but they're working. They're getting paid. Illegal. Illegal. That people have not been paid their gratuities. Illegal. Because you uphold the end of your contract, which is to work on. I want all to understand. Because they try to make it look like if it's your fault. Or they try to oppress you because they think you don't know your rights. But a contract is a legally binding agreement between two parties. You being one and the employer being the other. And when you uphold your end of the bargain, which is to go to work and perform, because your performance appraisal is there, and if you were performing, it would show. And you've satisfactorily completed your contract, whether it be 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. You have upheld your end of the bargain. But the state continues to break theirs, which is to not pay your gratuity, which is to not offer you a new contract after they do your performance appraisal and say, yes, you deserve a new contract. And to have you working without that paperwork for years at a time. They are constantly and consistently breaking their end of the contract workers. I want all to understand the powers that you fight and the powers that you have. And this is the time for you guys to band together. Because it's only when you band together that you can make a government listen to you, that you can make politicians listen to you, that you can make administrators do their job. It cannot be that secretaries, thank you for the comment, hijacking the role of the administrator and picking and choosing who get a contract signed. And the majority of people suffering because you on contract, but you don't have it in your hand. Can you go to the bank? Can you build yourself? Can you truly take care of your family? Can you pass on to your generation? What can you do? And that somebody could come at the end of that period, even after all is said and done, you get the contract and come and give you a performance appraisal that you may not agreement, that might be skewed, and they could just choose to not renew your contract. Simply because they hold it over your head and tell you this contract is dependent on who you support. And fact, there are people in Tobago who have worked in the THA and who were performing in their jobs. And because they choose to support another party, their contracts were not renewed. Victimization. victimization. They are using these contracts to victimize you. Understand the power that you fight, but understand bigger than that, that you have the power to fight that power. Because the power they have is political power. But all man jack does come down to zero on election day. On election day, them same representatives who want to work again. They're going in the highways and byways. They're going on the hills and the valleys. They're going deep in the heart to pull out people to vote for them. One day for you, but one day for me too. And the one day for the people coming up is August 10, 2020. You have the opportunity to bring these people to their knees. That's the opportunity you have. Thank you. You have the opportunity to bring them to their knees and demonstrate to them that you are not the employer. We are the employer. You have the chance to upset the status quo. That is what you have. That is the power that you have, contract workers. Right? Contract workers in Tobago, you have the power to demand that your gratuities are paid. You have that power. Let me see if I can take this call. I'm hoping that the phone lines are working this morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello? Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Yes, good morning. You hear me?
Yes, I am. Go ahead.
Right, good, nice. You have been working for days. Oh gosh, so much things you want to call in about and so on. Morning to you. How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Oh, I'm all right. Just a little bit tired, but energized, certainly.
I see that. I see the tiredness. I know you don't want to sleep a whole week after. Yes, I just want to say one thing. This morning is that I want to just say to Tobagonians, stop voting for your own enslavement and bondage that we have been going along all the time. If you do that, you're going to get the same result. You're not going to grow, right? You're not going to grow as an island. We need to shine here. We have to get rid of the things that is keeping us back. Do not be fearful in Tobago. Stop accepting mediocrity, right? Start seeing Tobago like Singapore. Let's dream big, and then we will achieve big things and so on. But where we are going all the time is small, minute things, and that is where the CNN minds are. They're not about the big dreams and so on. You don't see that. You're not hearing that. It's just about those small little things, and they hold on to that because they feel that everybody in Tobago is of that same frame of mind. So I want to encourage Tobagonians, vote for change this time, and let's start growing again in Tobago. Right? Don't be fearful. Start looking at outside and see how they achieve things, and we have to work to do it. All right? Let's put people in place who have big dreams and big plans and who can execute. All right? That's what I want to say this morning.
Thank you so much, caller. Thank you for that comment. And that's the reality. You need to put workers in place. You need to put people in place who are going to work for you. Let me read this comment. Good morning. I live at Adelphi Road, Mason Hall, and for the past 5 years, our present representative never came to visit us and hear our complaints and to fix the deplorable road that needs to be fixed. But all you can see yesterday is a P&M truck passing through with a poster of her, which is very disappointing. I'm begging the PDP party who is trying to win that seat, please don't make that mistake. And thank you for that. And thank you for indicating to us that you will expect us to perform. And we have no intentions of disappointing you. I am a mother of two and work as a preschool teacher at a private institute and haven't collected a salary for the last 5 months. There is so much to say, but I know you guys cannot do anything until the victory is yours. And that is the truth. Let's take this call. Oh, call gone. Yes. Yeah. Yes, we want to get in. Because that situation pains me. The fact that we have had persons who were taking care of themselves, working in the private sector in Tobago, and COVID has destroyed their income. And we in Tobago could not take care of our own. How many persons were those? 6,000, 5,000? Couldn't we pay income support in Tobago to our Tobago people? Let's take this call. Good morning. And we in Tobago could not take care of our own.
Hello?
Yes, hello, good morning. We're hearing you.
Tasha?
Yes, we're hearing you. Good morning.
Hey, good morning. I just want to wish you all God blessing. This is Will and Ivan speaking. And I want to say that continue the fight. And I'm here. I'm in full support with you all. And I'm looking forward to meet with you all after the election. We celebrated. God bless you all.
Yes, thank you. And we will be celebrating, trust me, because this is a victory of light over darkness. And this is a victory for us in terms of really realizing our true freedom. And true freedom starts when you take back that voice and take back that power that you think that they have over you and demonstrate to them that we, the people, we are the ones with the power. Yeah, so that coming back to that issue, we had a number of persons who were working self-employed, who were employed in small private sector enterprises, who the COVID forced them to have to stay home, and they lost their source of income. And I am saying that we in Tobago should have been able to take care of our own. We should not have had to wait for a central government in Trinidad. Where is our rainy day fund? This is a rainy day. COVID was a rainy day. Why weren't we able to pay out income to support to our people? Why weren't we able to immediately give them an initial grant of about $5,000 each until the national support kicked in? We should have been able to take care of our people, and with a kind of administration that cares about people and has those ideas and intends to serve people in that way. That is the things that would happen. A PDP administration, PDP representatives in parliament, a PDP-led THA, we will take care of our own. We will take care of our own. We will take care of our people. We will not take care of ourselves. We will not take care of ourselves unless we know, unless we see that all Tobagonians can enjoy a high standard of living in Tobago. That is our dream. That is our mandate. This is our goal for Tobago. This is the vision we have for Tobago. Yes? I want to also speak to, aside from contract workers, our daily paid workers. Our daily paid workers that make up a large percentage of our workforce in the Tobago House of Assembly who have not been paid a back pay. They are still, among others, because public servants are still working on 2013 salaries. You know why autonomy is so important to Tobago? That if we have our powers, our executive authority outside of cabinet, that the Tobago House of Assembly can decide to pay a back pay to Tobago workers. They don't tell all you that. They don't tell all you that. That daily pay workers, public servants in Tobago, had to wait until a CPO in Trinidad agreed to a negotiation with a Minister of Finance and a union to pay a back pay across Trinidad and Tobago. But if the Tobago House of Assembly has its rights, powers, privileges, and authorities, when we get that autonomy, that a Tobago House of Assembly can decide to calculate and pay that back pay, that the Tobago House of Assembly can negotiate directly with the unions that represent workers in Tobago and settle negotiations for people who work in Tobago. I want all you to understand what we're fighting against. They're not telling all you these things. They're not talking these things. That the THA could have the power to pay that back pay. Tobagonians all have to vote for all your rights. It is 2020. We are going into another contract period, another negotiating period, and we are still working on 2013 salaries. You all understand what I just said? That if we are able to successfully settle that autonomy issue, and for the Tobago House of Assembly to take its place side by side with the Parliament, that the THA can pay that back pay, because we're fighting for more money and we're going to get it. We're not going to stop that fight. If we had to bring that motion every Monday morning, they will listen to us. We will get that. We will exhaust them. If they don't want to listen to us, we will be banging on that door until they listen. That a Tobago House of Assembly that is empowered, that is constitutionally empowered, can settle negotiations for workers in Tobago. They can do that. You need to elect people who want to do that for you. They're not talking about that. Your MPs would say, wait on central government because it's PNM in Trinidad and PNM in Tobago. We will take care of you. We will take care of what? They're not telling you that the THA, if they get autonomy, could settle that negotiation and pay that back pay. They ain't telling you that. But that's what we want to do. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Tasha Grace Boris.
How are you this morning?
I am excellent, and you?
I am surviving and happy and excited.
You're doing well, and let me say I was really impressed with the turnout at the Mason Hall meeting last night. I want to encourage the PDP to continue with its education on its platform, especially Dr. Vanus James being very clear, articulating the entitlements to the Tobagonian, Brother Farley and the other Slater workers. But I'm saying education is taking place, the crowd is growing, and then so therefore we've seen that Tobago is taking an interest in the things that are of great essential to them. Sometimes we take it for granted that the Tobagonians know these issues, but it is evident. And I also want to congratulate my PNM friends and families I see that are gravitating to our meetings. We must let them know that, listen, we care and love for you and are accommodating you. You're doing a great job in educating the electorate and the residents of Tobago as a whole. Keep up the good work.
Thank you so much for that call, and thank you. Yes, the turnout was amazing last night in Mason Hall, and since the beginning of our meetings in Garden Side up to last night, we have been seeing the crowds growing, and it means that there is an appetite out there for what the PDP has to offer, and the only way you could really fight the power is through education. And I'm happy to share a platform with somebody as well educated, as well learned, who has a deep love for his island as Dr. Vanus James, who I only recently discovered is a relative of mine. And I mean, yeah, bright people, yeah. So the thing is that, I mean, caller, you hit the nail on the head. Let me put aside the rum and roti and the bacchanal for a second. And Tobago, I want all to understand what we're really fighting for, what true autonomy would mean. And these are bread and butter issues. That daily paid workers don't have to be waiting on a CPO and a Minister of Finance to settle their negotiations with their union in Trinidad. That autonomy can mean that those negotiations for Tobago workers can be settled in Tobago between the Tobago House of Assembly and the unions. Because our Secretary for Finance comes like the Minister of Finance in Tobago, you know. But they're not telling you these things. They will not tell you these things. And maybe that is the fear. The fear is that Tobago can create such a high standard of living for its people that we will pass our sister by leaps and bounds in terms of our development. Maybe they truly fear what an educated, empowered Tobago population looks like. That is the only thing I can deduce. Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Miss Boris.
Hi, morning. How are you?
I am good. I'm just disappointed because I got a picture from my sister last week with my poll card, and I'm stuck in New York. But my prayers are with you guys, and I know you're going to be triumphantly. I know you guys are going to win, so I'm not worried, but I'll be looking at you all the time. All the time I'm looking at you now. And I'm going to be looking at you on that night, Monday night, that victory night. This is New York calling and say good morning and have a blessed day.
Thank you so much, caller, and thank you. We are speaking victory into the atmosphere because right now this is not a victory for a political party. This is a victory for our people. This is a victory for Tobago people.
Yes.
And once we get a taste of freedom again, I don't think we'll ever go back to what we had before.
Yeah, I know. And take care of that baton. They don't realize the powerful past representative and minister that passed that baton on to you. They don't realize that. That's a milestone. So you take care, my dear.
Thank you so much and have a blessed day, certainly. I mean, and I love to hear the well wishes that are coming in from the diaspora, because you guys have a critical role to play. We will be calling on you. You know, Fali coined the best phrase, and I love to use it, a coalition of the competent and the willing. And this has nothing to do with party color, but everything to do with Tobago pride. This is Tobago strong. This is us getting together in our spaces and pooling together our ideas and our resources to create the kind of Tobago we want to see. There's so many powers we have to fight, but Tobagonians, we have to be selfish for one another now. We have to start to be selfish for one another now. We have to become Tobago-centric. And that is why I'm happy that I've joined a party called the Progressive Democratic Patriots, because we are patriots. We love our island. We love our island. We love it so much that we had to put patriots in our name to demonstrate that love for our island. And we will continue to fight that battle. We will continue to fight for our people. We will continue to do the things that are in the best interest of all people. So that one of the things that we would critically address is that idea of being able to treat with our daily paid workers and treat with our contract workers. Bring our establishment, create our Tobago House of Assembly into the establishment that it has been begging to become for the last 20 years. Why do we have people who are still working on contract since before the last administration came in? They had 20 years to fix that issue. And what did they do? They have not been minding the business of the people of Tobago. They have not been seeing about the interests of the people of Tobago. They have been window dressing and doing cosmetic things. And the Tobago people have not been benefiting from $45 billion of state allocation for the last 20 years. They jump up on flat platforms and talk about delivery, but we have a white elephant in the form of the Shore Park Cultural Complex staring at us in the heart of our capital city. And they will never tell you that that building cannot be used. Why they don't talk about that? And what are they doing to address the fact that more than $1 billion was spent on that facility and it barely lasted 8 years? And now Tobago people no longer have the use of that facility. They will never talk about that. And that occurred under the administration. Why they're not talking about that? $1 billion down the drain. Down the drain. And nobody's addressing that. But they want to come and talk to you about delivery. Ask them about that. That Tobago does not have a home for cultural arts in the heart of its capital city. So what happens to that? Does it have to be demolished? That's the situation. Can it be fixed? And if it can be fixed, what would be the cost to fix it? Tobago, we need to wake up. This is the things that they have done to us. That we can't live good in our own space. That we exist in a pretty prison in Tobago. A pretty prison of our own making, because we have been consistently supporting them, hoping that they will do better. And the reality is that they have been consistently failing us. Election come, election go, they have been failing us. That successive governments in Trinidad have failed us. Governments and opposition, because all they did down there was switch positions. They're playing musical chairs down there, but Tobago business could never fix regardless of who go in. So it's time enough that we in Tobago recognize the power that we have in 2 seats, that 2 could equal 39. We are walking in there demanding our power for Tobago. That's what we're doing. We're not waiting for somebody to give us leeway. We're not waiting for somebody to give us permission to speak. We're not waiting for 2 political parties who only see about the interests of themselves and their members to give us permission. We're going to tell them, move Satans in red and yellow, let us pass. Let us pass. Let Tobago pass. That is what we're going to be saying to them. Because right now they are like 2 Satans standing in our way. The both of them spotting one another. The both of them spotting one another. When one in power, or the next one not support. When the next one in power, or the other will not support. And Tobago people business could never fix. The time for that is over. The time for you Tobago people, for us Tobago, to demonstrate, to send a message to 39 parliamentarians in Trinidad that Tobago 2 seats had to equal 39 is August 10, 2020. That day of reckoning is fast approaching. The time to act is now. 72 hours to the day that we have our destiny in our hands. Tobago, wherever you are, those of you who are still on the fence, it's time to come off the fence. If you never vote before and you have no intentions of voting after, this is the time to make your vote count. This one time. We asking for one. For those of you who have been consistently giving your vote to the other side and you're unhappy and you're disgruntled, you're disappointment, we asking you for one this time. And when you show us what one could do, you will give us two, which is January 2021. I'm sending an appeal to everybody who knows me, everybody who has worked with me, everybody who knows my work ethic, my track record in service, everybody who knows what I can give. Give me this one. That is the appeal I'm sending out. Give me this one. Because I don't think there's anything else that I can do at this point except for you to physically see me. And I know there are people who want to physically see me. But I have tried my very best to sell myself as the best candidate to represent Tobago West in the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. That is what I have done. I have used all the platforms that have been afforded me to sell myself to you. And I'm asking for just this one finger, this one time for us to actually have a chance to get this right. This one chance for Tobago to have a chance to see if we can advance the interests of all Tobagonians. I'm not going down in the parliament to fight for PDP people. I am going in the parliament to fight for Tobagonians and Tobago people, wherever you may be. That we must create such a positive environment to do business and to live in Tobago that those who live in Trinidad will want to come home. I want all to come home. I want all to help us build this place. That persons in the diaspora, because right now COVID is wreaking havoc in the United States and other places, that they can say, you know what? Tobago is truly paradise. Let me come home. Let me come home. We would want to create a Tobago where there is room for all. All they need to rock and come in. Rock and come in don't just mean PDP people rocking and come in. It means everybody. Everybody who wants to build this island and create the greatest island on the face of this earth, rock and come in. If you want something good for yourself, rock and come in. You want something good for your neighbor, rock and come in. You want something good for your children, rock and come in. You want something good for your family down the road, rock and come in. You want something good for even people who don't like you, rock and come in. This is the time to rock and come in. Because if we don't rock and come in now, if we don't close ranks as a Tobago family, if we don't put aside this politics and put up the two best people, examine the landscape. You want to pick the best and the brightest to go down the road and talk for Tobago. Because it's true talk, you're going to get the action. When Robinson and Murray went down the road, when they're talking, they had to listen. And 34 parliamentarians had to listen. And enough of them listened and supported them for us to get the ball rolling with that self-autonomy bill in 1976. Know your history. The way that we fight the power is through education. 2 Tobago parliamentarians stood up in that chamber and spoke to 34 parliamentarians in Trinidad and moved them enough for us to start the ball rolling on our autonomy situation in Tobago with that first bill. They were able to get that done. And we are saying to you that in 2020 it can happen again. We are saying to you that in 2020 that 2 parliamentarians who stand as the voice of Tobago can stand in the parliament and speak to 39 parliamentarians and get them to agree that Tobago deserves its place side by side in this unitary relationship, this unitary state of Trinidad and Tobago. that it is time that Tobago can stand side by side. And the only way we can do it is if we have all the resources to do so. If it is we have all our powers to do so. That we are able to fix the business of our people on our island. That our representatives are the best that the island has to offer. That is what we have to say. That we will address the accountability issues because the THA has some serious questions to answer. And for those of you who are engaging in acts that are less than legal, your time has come. I am putting you on notice because the PDP has no intention of going into governance with your sins hanging over our heads. I am putting you on notice because 39 parliamentarians in Trinidad and 1.3 million people are probably of the impression that the THA is a runaway horse. And they will not be incorrect in saying so because it is. That as of today, none of them on all the platforms they have been can answer questions as to where the $10 million gone. They can't answer why D'Angelo supposedly sent back the $430,000. And we ain't see the zip line yet. And those are about 3 instances that we have purchased 2 properties that we said that we are going to turn into 5-star hotel establishments that are now being laid to waste. They don't talk them things on the platform, but they want to vilify Duke, and they want to vilify Boris, and they want to associate us with the UNC, and they want to talk all kind of things, but they don't talk about their sins. They don't speak about their sins. They don't speak about the things that they have to answer for and answer to the population of Tobago as a whole, because this is not a PDP thing. We were never in governance. We have never had the chance to be in governance. So you can't wash your mouth on us. We weren't ever there. Wash your mouth on your party. Wash your mouth on the people who were there before. Wash your mouth on the previous secretary and the previous secretaries. Wash your mouth on the people who presided over wrongdoing. Wash your mouth on the people who thief the money. Wash your mouth on the people who cannot account for the money. Wash your mouth on the people who have questions to answer but dodging. Wash your mouth on them. But you can't wash your mouth on them because all you're wearing the same jersey. But birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together. And they say the upholder is worse than the thief, and all you're over there upholding. That is what all you're doing. All you're up there over there upholding. And Tobago can't breathe. Well, yeah, what? Tobago taking back its voice, you know. Tobago is taking back its power. We fight the power. Get together in your groups, contract workers. You have power. Put together a group. Elect a leader. Get some legal advice. You all have rights. Those of you who have tenure over a certain amount of years can make an argument to become permanent. And there is precedent that exists in industrial relations law for that. You have to understand the power. You have daily paid workers. Your power resides in voting for the party that truly wants to bring home autonomy. Because once we do that, we can now become the persons who are responsible for settling your negotiations. We now become the persons responsible for ensuring that back pay is paid. So that when we argue for that 10% of the budget, if our budget is $52 billion, that Tobago could get $5.2 billion in one fiscal year. And if the back pay equal $1 billion that we could pay the back pay in Tobago, we don't have to wait on a CPO in Trinidad. We don't have to wait on a Minister of Finance in Trinidad. They can provide the guidelines. They've been doing it all along. They can provide the expertise to help us set up the systems. We will be happy for that. But Tobago must be able to treat its people the way that its people deserve to be treated. It cannot be that workers in Tobago waiting on back pay along with workers in Trinidad. They just fix their business down there. Well, let we mind we business over here. It's time for Tobago to mind its own business. Our power rests in ensuring that Tobago House of Assembly has all its rights, powers, and privileges to ensure that they can build the kind of Tobago we need to see. And it is the work of the MPs to cut track for Guti to run, as the old people does say. The work of the Tobago MPs is to cut that track and Mr. Duke and I, we cut last in Vienna and we cut in track. Because for far too long, Tobago has been left wandering in the wilderness. For far too long, Tobago has been left wandering in the bushes, waiting, looking beyond to see where Canaan lies. We are saying that Canaan lies over yonder. But the only way we're going to get to Canaan is if you put people who know where Canaan is and who are willing to cut down anything in our way to get to Canaan. We want to be able to pay our people their back pay. We should not be waiting on a Ministry of Finance to give the go-ahead. We should not be waiting on a CPO in Trinidad who never lived one day in Tobago. Why should Tobago people who have faced a cost of living 3 times higher than in Trinidad be waiting on a Trinidad CPO to pay their back pay? Even if I had to make an argument for small mass, the back pay should be 3 times more because 1, we waiting 7 years for it, and 2, the cost of living is 3 times higher. So we should add a little percentage on top of that for the strain and the stress that Tobagonians does go through. Because by the time we get that money, if we had gotten the money in 2013, it would have been able to do things in 2013. That money in 2013 no longer has the same worth in 2020. So that when contractors add on at 30% because they know government does pay late, then workers should add on at 30% too. Because we're waiting 7 years. You don't think so? We should be in a power to negotiate those things. We should be able to be in a position to negotiate those things. Our chief administrator should be like that chief personnel officer. And that is the person who we should be having conversations with, along with the Tobago House of Assembly, who are the other persons involved, and our unions, to be able to settle those negotiations for workers in Tobago. And that should not be hinged to a situation that exists in Trinidad. Because Trinidad does fix their business, why Tobago can't fix its own? Tobago needs to mind its own business. But these are the things that they will not tell you. These are the things they will not discuss with you. These are the things they will not educate you about. I want to read this comment coming in. Good morning, Tasha and my fellow Tobagonians. Campaign season is coming to an end. If we have listened carefully, we know the PDP is the path with a roadmap for Tobago to become her best. Let us not be fooled once more by material stuff that is being doled out to us in abundance. Our vote is worth more than a refrigerator, an ATM card, etc. These things are temporal. Your vote is priceless. Stop selling yourself short. Of most importance is a Tobago in which our future generations will be proud of. We cannot continue down the path of corruption, nepotism, victimization, intimidation, and hopelessness. I will always tell the others that it's the youths that will take Tobago to the next level. I know many didn't understand where I was coming from. This century is the century of the youths. If you don't believe me, look at our world. Our youths do not see race or color. What they are fighting for is justice, equality, and a peaceful world where we can share a common humanity. Tobago youths, I know many of you have become hopeless because of the examples that you have been seeing. You have to shake yourself loose, rise up and be the agents of change. I believe in you. I support you. I encourage you. In closing, I am of the diaspora. My love for Tobago has never faded. I stay connected. Let me assure you, if you vote for the change, you doctors, lawyers, civil engineers, nurses, you name it, are on their way to lend their expertise. We cannot remain apathetic. I'm begging you to go out and vote the PDP. Thank you. I love you all. And thank you for that comment. Thank you for appealing to our young people, because the reality is that they hold the key. The seat of power lies in the hands of our young people. And you have a very serious decision to make come August 10th. Because the importance of a general election, the importance of 2 MPs is that the MPs do the work that is necessary to ensure the THA can implement and execute their functions. That is the purpose of the Tobago MPs in Parliament. And when we've achieved that goal, then we will move on to other things. There will be other matters to bring up at a national level, which would be important for the entire population of Trinidad and Tobago to understand the Tobago experience. But our first and foremost mission is our autonomy. Our first and foremost issue is to ensure that Tobago has the kind of capital investment that is needed to drive through development on the island. That is our work in this time. That for me, I want to sit in a parliament where I can listen to my chief secretary, who is the chief servant of Tobago, who is the chief representative of the island of Tobago, who is equivalent to our prime minister, stand in the parliament, which is the highest office in our land, and speak on behalf of Tobago people and speak on behalf of the Tobago House of Assembly. I want to see that day. And whatever I have to do to ensure that that day comes to fruition, I will do. That is the work of your member of parliament. Your work, your MP, has to support the vision of the THA, not work against them. And all we are seeing is MPs working against the Tobago House of Assembly. It's time for that to stop. It's time for that to be ripped out of what is taking place. We got to change the situation. We have to disrupt the status quo. And the only way we can disrupt the status quo is on Monday, August 10, 2020. Vote for the Progressive Democratic Patriots. Vote for Watson Solomon Duke in Tobago East. Vote for Tashia Grace Boris in Tobago West. We have made it clear to you what exactly we're fighting for. We have made it clear to you that once we win that fight, what that would mean for Tobago and Tobagonians. We want to usher in a new era in Tobago. The 20-year cycle is coming to an end. A 20-year cycle that dissolved into stagnancy and stasis and oppression and intimidation and hopelessness is coming to an end. The sun will rise bright on Monday, 10th August 2020, and we have to ensure that by the time the sun has set on August 10, 2020, that we are ushering a new era of change on the island of Tobago. We are ushering a new Renaissance era, that we are ushering an era of proactiveness, of growth, of positivity, of true people-centered development and people-centric, service-driven, servant-led leadership. That is what we want to do. That is all that we want to do. I don't care for the trappings of office, trust me. I think if I could live in shorts and vest for the rest of my life, I would, because I'm an island girl. I am an island girl. I love to go on the beach. I love to hike in the rainforest. I love to take long drives to the countryside. I love to visit my relatives in Palatavere and in Bloody Bay. I love to do that. And I want to enjoy the paradise that we live on. But there's work to be done. We have to break up the chains. We have to break up the prison walls, because we live in a pretty prison. But according to the young people, it's time to free up the zest. It's time for all of we to get zesting, and zesting in a positive way. Because to me, zesting speaks to movement. Zesting speaks to movement. We have to move. We have to get moving. That is why when we play that Move Satan, Move That We Pass, that song is of special significance in this time. Because we have to move all the Satans out of our life. They need to move. They've been blocking growth and development for far too long. That is what they have been doing. Right? We want to create a future where the persons who are employed within the assembly are always being paid at market rates, at current rates. We shouldn't have to be paying out back pay, because back pay is counterproductive. Because we always have to keep finding money to pay our back pay, when the easier thing to do would just be to ensure that you are getting paid at the rate that you should be getting paid in the current period. That is what productivity means. That is what good governance looks like. That if it is at the lowest end of the scale in 2020, a clerk one should be making $8,000 a month, that we could ensure that we settle those negotiations to pay that $8,000 a month from the beginning of your new contract period, January 1st, whatever, 2021. so that we never have to look for money for our back pay. You're getting your correct salary all the time. That is what good governance looks like. We get so used to bad governance in this country that we don't have a clue what good governance looks like. And when we create a Tobago, where persons can make their current salaries based on current rates, when we create that Tobago, you don't think everybody will want to come and live here? Everybody will want to come and live here. That is where we will get our increase in salary. When we set up our 4 campuses of our universities, or however many universities we're going to be building, to ensure that our people can benefit, that our young people can live and work and grow and be educated and thrive in Tobago, that we will have international students coming here. That even if we have 4 campuses with 5,000 students each, that's 20,000 additional persons on the island, with another transient population of persons who will constantly be coming in the island to visit, whether it be for education or for recreation or visiting their relatives who are there. We're going to start to build out our tourism economies. We're going to build out our holistic medical care so that we could have one of the state-of-the-art facilities in the Caribbean so that people can come to Tobago to have their surgeries done. That we can establish linkages across the diaspora and across the region so that Tobago becomes a center of commerce and economic activity. That everybody would want to come and live in paradise, the new paradise that we will be creating. And this is not a paradise for just PDP people. PNM people understand that you have not been receiving the best. I'm talking to my PNM people now because I have some of them as friends. I still consider them friends. Even after all that is said and done, even after all the attempts that you all made to break my spirit during this election campaign, I still have love for you guys. I'm talking to my PNM people now. I know all you're unhappy. I don't see it in all your face. When I look at your meetings, you all don't even watch all your own meetings. I could see that you guys are unhappy. I'm saying that you'll have the opportunity, the chance to choose happiness. And that happiness comes in the form of positive change that will also include you. Our plans for Tobago don't leave out PNM people. Our plans for Tobago include all of Tobago. That when we fight to pay that back pay in Tobago, you all are benefiting. When we fight for contract workers who have been working over a particular period of time to be made permanent and to be absorbed within the establishment, we are fighting for you. When we fight to ensure that all workers within the Tobago House of Assembly are being paid at current rates for their particular negotiating period, we are fighting for you as well. That everything that we want to do, even at the level of infrastructure and development and all these things that exist at the level of THA, but at the level of parliamentary representative, when we go down there and fight for autonomy, it's not for PDP people, it's for all of you. When we fight for an increased allocation, your MP is not talking about no increased allocation. They're happy with whatever government give them. They're not talking about your future. We talking about your future. We want more money for you so that you can start saving for your families. You can start building yourselves. You can start empowering yourselves. When we ask for more money, it's not just to spend money on vanity projects. It's to ensure that we can invest in our people so that you can be empowered. And that every person who becomes empowered helps one person. That in 5 years we can truly transform this space. We can make paradise together. I'm talking to you all this morning. But we could only do that. Give us this one. I, Tashia Grace Boris, I'm asking you for this one chance. You may have been voting for them all along. You may have your reasons. I'm not asking you to switch allegiance. I'm not asking you to switch party, because you might ascribe to your political view because you're in love with the party. And nothing wrong with that. I'm in love with the PDP. But it's time to elect good representatives. Give me this one now. I'm just asking for one. I'm asking for one on behalf of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. You know why? Not that I hate all your party. I don't hate all your party. I just think that the persons that have been representing your party have not been doing their best. Maybe the party still has good ones. Maybe in future, better representatives might present themselves from your party, and they might be able to do better than who went before. The door is open for that. And I'm encouraging as many young people to get involved in political parties as they can. Join a political party. Research the political parties. Look at them. Make a decision. Any side. Choose a side. But your representatives have not been doing justice to the Tobago cause. That is a fact. That is a fact. They have not been doing justice to the cause of all Tobagonians. They may have fixed a few. They may have seen about those who they choose to see about. But the many have not benefited from their representation. And I'm saying in this time, it is time for the many to start to benefit. And the only way that the many can start to benefit is when we elect people. This is a Tobago fight. That we elect people who have love of Tobago, first and foremost, at the heart of who they are. I have shown you my heart consistently. I have shown you what I can give consistently. I have shown you what I intend to do consistently. And all I'm asking for is the chance to do that. All I'm humbly asking for is the chance to do that, to execute. I am excited about the work. I can't wait to not be on the platform. Although the platform has its moments, because I love to pray for my people. I love to talk to my people. I love to have conversations. But there will come a time to put away the talk. There come a time to hang up the headphones on the radio. And I'm almost coming to the end of my stint here. There'll be a time to hang up the headphones. The lights would be dim. The billboards will come down. There will be no more ads on the radio. And what you'll be left with is one person who told you, I will work for you. Not be Lord over you. I will work for you and with you. Right? All you'll be left with is one person who told you, this is what I'm going to do, and that is what I'm going to do. And you've equipped me with your prayers and your support and your might. Because when I walk into Parliament, I don't walk into Parliament on the back of my party. I walk into Parliament with the strength of 60,000 Tobagonians behind me. And however many who live in Trinidad, and however more of them that live in the diaspora. That is who I represent. I represent a proud heritage of Boris's and Hosfords and Lynch's and Joe Fields and Jacks and Thomas's and Brizans and Charles, my mother and father's side, and Fredericks and Edwards. Right? I represent all those families that all have crafted me into the person that sits before you today, that is speaking to you right now. That we have this strong legacy of service. Dr. Ellis Boris is my uncle. And every time I go out, I meet people who tell me, I know your uncle. And they know what he did, what he gave to Tobago. He worked for Tobago. He sacrificed for Tobago, and he was a servant of the people. And I come from countless others who have demonstrated that they have been servants of Tobago. My great uncle, my grandfather's brother, is Dr. Edwin Carrington, who was the past CARICOM General Secretary, who made Tobago and Tobagonians proud in his stint. Dr. Vanas James is my cousin. Mr. Roald Titus is my blood family. I come from strong family background. This is my stock. I come from good stock and I cannot fail. I cannot be nothing less than what I've been created to be in this time. And it's nothing but the Lord's anointing on my life. Nothing but Him purposing my life in this time, to emerge in this time. That is why I was covered and protected. That is why most people didn't know about me. Because God doesn't call the qualified. God qualifies the called. And He knew that He was going to call me for something great. So in the times that you weren't seeing me, He was qualifying me. I have physical qualifications. I have a bachelor's and a master's. I don't even talk about it because I still have to go back to school. Yeah, there's still more learning to take place. He was qualifying me physically. He was making me strong. Most days I survive on less than one meal. And I should be in the hospital by now. I should be. Ask my campaign manager. I don't eat. I'm so nervous. I have a ball of nervous energy that resides permanently in my stomach. And as a result, I don't have an appetite. But I'm able to go from 5 o'clock in the morning to sometimes midnight at night with less than one meal during this time. And God has kept me. God has been keeping me. So physically, he has made me strong. The only thing is the voice giving a little bit of trouble, but my body is physically strong. I feel tired, but I'm not defeated. He has qualified me mentally because for the amount of attacks that I've been subjected to for the last 4 weeks, a weaker mind, a weaker resolve would have already been broken. God has allowed me to go through the experiences I've been through in my life so that my mental can be strong, that I have an ironclad will, that the walls around my mind are built so high, there's nothing that you can say to me that is going to get to me. Stop trying. That emotionally, through my experiences as a mother, that God has infused me with love for everyone, love of people. I have opened my arms, opened my house, opened my pockets. And these are the things you can hear about. Because I don't think I need to talk about these things on the platform, but the people who have felt my love know what my love feels like. Knows what that feels like, and there's no fanfare with that. I don't have to parade my achievements on a billboard. I don't have to list the amount of people I've helped. I don't have to do that because I've done it out of love quietly in the background. I will continue to do it out of love publicly and quietly. Again, regardless of the outcome, because I am a creature of love. I was born in love. My parents have been together. August 16 will make it, 39 years? 40 years that my parents have been together. So I know what love looks like. I was born out of love. And the only thing I can do is love. Yeah? And I continue to love even those that hate me and persecute me, all because of the color of the jersey I wear. For nothing else. Because they loved me before, they pretended to love me before. But there's a blessing in God revealing to you those who never cared for you. But that is okay. My heart big enough. I would still love you. I don't care for what you do, but I would still love you. So God has qualified me emotionally, because when you become a mother, when you suck coal out of a child's nose, how much all do that? When you suck coal out of a child's nose, when you sit down in the hospital for hours waiting for care for a baby, a premature baby, right? I presided over my son's incubator, because remember I told you he was born prematurely. And he was born in the whole hospital. He was placed in an incubator that wasn't even functioning. There was one working incubator at the time, and the baby that was in that incubator, bigger than him in size now. But she was born at about barely 7 months. So she got the one working incubator, and about 2 other babies, my son included, got the other incubators that weren't functioning properly. And every night I would stand over his incubator while he slept, and I watched over him. And I would pray for the strength to be the best mother I can be. And to this day, this young man towers over me, and he takes better care of me than I think I take care of him. Good morning, Jaden, and I love you so much. And thank you for being my rock in this time. So God has qualified me emotionally for this fight. And spiritually, don't talk about spirit. Don't talk about spirit. Let me don't even start to talk about spirit. I was born, I'm a Baha'i by religion. And my religion prohibits me from getting involved in politics. But there comes a time that when God gives you a calling, religion is but one aspect of your life, but your spirituality, your relationship with God, that has nothing to do with religion. And God has always had his hand on my life. Everything that you see here is God's perfect creation. There was no mistake. Everything that the Lord buried in me is sprouting now, because it's time. The season has come to blossom and bear fruit. This is the season that he has called me to emerge. This is the season, because he recognizes that his people need hope. His people need to turn back to him. And when he can't come, he does send a man. And when he can't send a man, he does send a woman. And he has sent this woman. And if I didn't feel that this was God's calling for my life, I would not have wanted any part of this. Because it's okay to stay in your bubble, you know. It's easy. It's easy if you are content and you could take care of yourself and take care of your children. It's easy to ignore everything else that is going around you. But I could no longer ignore it. And I cried out to God and I asked him, God, whatever you have for me, I am ready. Use me. And then this call came. And the day that happened, I simply looked up and said, God, this is what you had for me. I felt a peace settle over me. That is why I have made peace with the outcome. Because God's will is going to be done. The election is but one part. We don't see the future. There may be a bigger outcome to all of this. There may be a bigger picture to all of this. I could only do the human part, which is to appeal to the human sense. But there is a spiritual shift that is taking place in this time. There's a spiritual shift that is necessary to have people turn away from the path that they have walking and turn on to the path that God has ordained for us as a people. Fight against the powers that tell you that you only deserve the crumbs of your existence, of somebody else's decision to give you the crumbs off of their table. God did not put you on this earth to suffer and struggle. God put you on this earth to live in abundance and live abundantly. And that when he has presented your leaders to you, as a people, it is your responsibility to follow his word, follow his lead, pray about it. He will show them to you. He will show them to you. I have accepted the outcome. I have made my peace. My peace cannot be shaken. I am so happy. You all don't know how happy I am. I am so happy. All of this, I have maintained my happiness and my peace that passes all understanding. Because not everything that God does, we do understand. And sometimes the thing you want for your life is not the thing that he wants for your life. But once you give over to that peace that passes all understanding, it all fixes itself. All the time, in everything, his will is going to be done. So I want to end my program today by praying for you guys. I want to pray for my people. I prayed last night in Mason Hall and I felt the Spirit of the Lord come on me. So I feel the Spirit of the Lord coming on me right now to pray for my people. So wherever you are, I want you to stop for a few minutes. Give me this few minutes because I believe in praying for my people. I can't want to lead you if I can't pray for you. I can't. Because at the end of the day, it all belongs to God. We all have to give him his glory and his honor. We all have to understand that nothing, man plans, man have all kind of plans, you know. But it's God plans that will prevail. So just close your eyes for a moment. Let me end off in a word of prayer. Dear Lord and Heavenly Father, I come before you this morning, humbly asking you to envelop my people of Tobago with your loving spirit today. We need you now more than ever. We need you to reveal to us the persons that you have ordained in this time to lead your charge for the transformation of this island called Tobago. We need you to remove the scale from the eyes of those who are blinded in this time and who cannot see at this time but have been crying out for deliverance to you, dear Lord. You have heard their cries, and you have heard the cries of our people, dear Lord, and you continue to hear our cries, and in this time you have allowed your leaders to emerge. You have planted the seeds of greatness in us that are now sprouting because they were taking root. The roots were being buried deep, and now we are seeing the plants emerging from the soil. We are seeing the plants opening their leaves. We are seeing the plants unfurling. We are seeing the plants bearing fruit, dear Lord. You have done that in this time. We decree that this time is a time of shifting. We decree that this time is a time of change. We decree that this time is a time of deliverance because our people have been crying out for deliverance. They have been crying out for delivery at the level of politics, at the level of representation, which is rendering unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. But we have to render unto God that which is God's. So we're talking about deliverance from a spiritual standpoint, dear Lord. That political deliverance is all for naught if our people's mindset remains the same. That if we are not changed in our ways, if we are not transformed in this time. Because if the people are not transformed, we will continue to make poor decisions. We would continue to make decisions that only benefit few and not benefit the many. That we will not get on board with the idea that we are responsible, that we have a part to play, that we have to energize ourselves and get up and work, that we have to let you lead, that we have allowed you, we have to let you choose our leaders and we have to follow them. That we have to continue to be connected to you, dear Lord, because if we are not connected to you, if we remain disconnected, that we will be wandering and we will keep wandering, dear Lord. That we will not come out of the bondage, that we will not come out of the oppression, that we will not graduate from the hopelessness that has enveloped us, that you have blessed us to live in paradise. That every year hurricane seasons come and hurricanes pass us by and you bless us with safety, dear Lord, that we are not hit, that what we see being experienced by our brothers and sisters is not our lot, dear Lord. But what is important is that we have to turn away from our wicked ways. That there are men and women in this Tobago space that have wicked ways, dear Lord. And those wicked ways have kept the majority of us oppressed. That those wicked ways have resulted in intimidation, victimization, dear Lord. That we can't breathe. That we're praying to you for the chance to exhale. And not just exhale, dear Lord, but the chance for us that when we inhale again, that we inhale what is good. That we inhale that air, that breath of fresh air that brings new life, that air of renewal, dear Lord, because we need to be renewed in your spirit in this time. Now we have to turn back to you, our young people, dear Lord. I lift up our young people this morning because they are disconnected from you, dear Lord. That they don't know the goodness because they are just living, that they are just existing, dear Lord, but they are not thriving, dear Lord, that they are just surviving, dear Lord, but they are not living for you and living in you and burying themselves, losing themselves in the peace that passes all understanding, dear Lord. I lift up my young people to you. Help them to understand the power that they hold, that you have girded them, that you have given them the strength of youth, the physical strength of youth, that you have given them the opportunities to be educated in this time, that you have given them the privilege to be born in a time when these opportunities abound, dear Lord. That they have to understand the blessing that they have experienced, dear Lord, and not just understand, but appreciate the blessing, dear Lord. That they can now rise up and take their place, that purpose that you have placed on their lives, to become the leaders that they need to become, to individually lead themselves, to lead their families, to lead their children, dear Lord, to be leaders in their communities, in their workplaces, in their homes, dear Lord, in their spaces, dear Lord, wherever they are at. That they can become living examples of your goodness and your mercy, dear Lord. I pray special blessing on our young people, because they are helping to make a decision in this time as to who is going to lead them. And I pray that you let that spirit of discernment descend upon them over the next 72 hours, that for those of them that are blinded, that they are made to see, that for those of them who are on the fence, that they can come off the fence, dear Lord, that they can realize that in this time that we need our best and brightest, that we need those who are ordained with that purpose to go forth in front and lead the way, to ensure that a way is made for the rest to follow, dear Lord. That those who are in front are strong to face whatever perils may lie. But dear Lord, the weapons will form. You said it, the weapons will form. They are all among us, physical and spiritual. The weapons would form. But you also said that those weapons will not prosper, dear Lord. I pray especially for our leaders in this fight. I lift up our political leader, Mr. Watson Solomon Duke. I lift up Fali Augustine. I lift up Dr. Faith Israel. I lift up Mrs. Alicia Roberts Patterson and all our leaders, Dr. Sean Ned and his team from the NEC. All of those who are leaders in this party, this group, this PDP family, dear Lord, the Progressive Democratic Patriots, all those who choose every day, every night to wear this jersey physically, those who wear our jerseys in their minds and hearts, that the party is not bigger than your power as God, dear Lord, but you brought together this grouping of people, this coalition of the competent and the willing in this time to do your work and to work on behalf of all the people of Tobago, dear Lord. You know our hearts. You know our hearts this morning. I lift up our families, dear Lord, the institutions that are under the most attack in our communities, our families, our schools, our churches, our relationships, dear Lord. I lift them up to you because it is necessary in this time that you once again, you show your spirit, you show your might, you show your will and your way in this time, because it is necessary. It is necessary, dear Lord, that you descend upon this island, descend upon this nation, because we have to be reminded that regardless of how many plans we make as man, that you are the Alpha and the Omega, that your plans will prevail. In everything I pray that my desires coincide with your will, and in the times that my desires don't coincide with your will, that you drown me in the peace that passes all understanding. I give all honor and glory to you, dear Lord. The victory is yours. The victory is ours through you. All these mercies I ask in your precious name. Amen. And amen. Amen. So I've come to the end of my time with you on this platform. I might drop in on Monday morning and give my boy DJ Mega Vibes some company for a little while. But I'm going to be out very early on election day. And you know what? Some of you might see me showing up on your doorstep taking you to vote, because it's time for us to galvanize the vote. It's time for us to take back our power. And the only way we take back our power is use the Caesar methods. And the Caesar methods is our elections. Render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's. So we have the opportunity on August 10, 2020 to physically take back our power. And we can leave the rest up to God. Play your part. Do what you have to do. You see this as an index finger? It has so much power. Let's not take it for granted. So I'm going to be out early on election day. Some of you may get a phone call from me. Some of you may see me show up with a vehicle in front of your house, taking you to your polling station. I need to bring out the vote. I'm going to do the work to bring out the vote, because this is going to be our victory, and I decree that. I decree that in Jesus' name, that this is going to be our victory. But you have 3 days to convince those who are still on the fence. You have 3 days to help the blind to see. We're not going to convince all. We're not going to bring over everybody in time for Monday. But try your best. No problem in trying. Yeah? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. So thank you guys for being with me. Thank you guys for this platform, and thank you for just spending time with me throughout this entire election season, sending your prayers, sending your best wishes, sending your support, sending your love, sending your remedies for my throat, and just ensuring that I'm strengthened each and every day that I go out there. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I thank God every day that He allowed me to emerge in this time. And again, whatever the outcome, I am from you. I am a part of you. I would never leave you, neither would I forsake you. Whatever I can do and continue to do in my private capacity will be done, because the Lord will give me the strength to do so. He will put me in the places that I need to be to do so. He will ensure that I'm placed in the networks that I need to be placed in to allow my people to be able to benefit from the time and the talents and the skills that I possess, that He has placed in me to be able to serve my people in whatever capacity I'm being called to serve. So I have to thank you guys, and just continue to be blessed, continue to be good, Always lead with love, because love heals all, love conquers all, and that is the truth. Love conquers all. And Tobago, we need a lot of love. We need to start showing love to each other once again. We have to demonstrate to people on the other side what love looks like, because when we start to love one another, we wouldn't have crime, we wouldn't have broken families, we wouldn't have broken relationships, we wouldn't have greed, corruption, and nepotism. We wouldn't have all these things, because we will always lead with love. What you don't want for yourself, you can't want for somebody else. When you have love, you will practice fairness. When you have love, you will practice good morals. When you have love, you will treat people the way that you want to be treated. You will practice the golden rule. You will practice the ultimate commandment: love one another as I have loved you. If we lead with love with everything that we do, then we can truly say that we have created heaven on earth. We can truly say that we live in paradise. We can truly say that God is with us and he dwells within us, as part of us, as part of our family. I love you guys, trust me. Don't hesitate to walk up to me in the street if you see me and give me a hug, because hugs are good. I enjoy hugs. I'm going to tell you guys that I'm having a little meet and greet on Saturday, which is tomorrow, at the party head office at Port Mall. I'm going to be there, God spare life, from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. And I have some little tokens for you guys. So for the first 50 people that show up to the meet and greet, I have a little surprise for you. For those of you who have been saying that you want to meet me and I haven't arrived in your areas yet, and I'm hoping to get there, but if you don't want to leave it to chance, you can come to the Port Mall office. I'll be there from 10 to 12 tomorrow. And the first 50 people are going to get a sweet surprise from me. But I can't wait to meet you guys. And I'm going to be out again all day today. I'm actually going to be doing some blitzing today. So you're going to hear my voice, my rusty voice, in different communities across Cane and Bonaccord today. We're hoping to hit Leketo and Bethesda and some of those outlying areas. We're hoping to make our presence felt in Spring Garden. And wherever the car take me, I'm going to park up and speak. For those of you who are in your homes right now and you're going to be home all day, look out for me. Shoot me a message, 315-6720. Ask me if I'm going to be in your community. We're going to be out all day into the night tonight, because we have no political meetings taking place tonight. So I'm going to try on my own to do some little spot meetings across the constituency. I'm hoping to do about 15 spot meetings throughout the course of today, from the time I get off the radio to tonight. And I want to come into your communities and have conversations with you. I'm going to talk to you, because each community in Tobago West is different. Each community in Tobago West has its own unique issues and challenges. And what I want to do is present to you what I would like to see, that I want to hear from you. Let's create the kind of communities that we need to create in order for our people to live and grow and thrive. That is my role as an MP, to bring delivery to you, but also to help you create paradise in your own space, in your own backyard. That is my job. That is the ultimate responsibility that I have. So that between now and tomorrow and Sunday, I want to traverse the entire of Tobago West about 3 or 4 times right before the election. And even on the day of the election, as I said, some of you are going to get a phone call. You're going to hear my voice in the air. I'm going to ask you, did you go out and vote? Are you aware that this is a very important election? Do you know that you have the power, you have the choice, and you know that you need to participate in this process to ensure that the best people who can represent Tobago's interests can get into the forums that they need to get into to represent the best interests of the people of Tobago. So again, look out for me this weekend. We're going to have our big meeting in Cane and Bonaccord. We moved it from tonight. It should have been tonight. So for those of you who still think it's going to be tonight, I'm putting you on notice that we moved it to tomorrow night, because we wanted to ensure that our Seventh-day Adventist community, that we respect their Sabbath, so that we want to put that tomorrow night so that everybody could be free to participate. And we will send out details to the location. We have a tentative location in mind, but we are going to be hitting key areas in Cane and Bonaccord. Milford Court, you will see me. I know that you have been waiting patiently. So you will see me today. You will see me tomorrow right before the meeting again. We're going to have a couple spot meetings across Cane and Bonaccord, but certainly we're going to be gearing up for that big final meeting down on the West tomorrow night, Saturday. And then I heard from my political leader last night that we may have a rally. We're going to have a rally on Sunday. So we're going to have, I'm going to wait on details on that, and he's going to put out that information. But Sunday we're going to have one more trek through Tobago. I believe in the run-up to the election, you will be seeing us for the next 72 hours across Tobago. We will be in our communities canvassing and campaigning. You will be hearing my voice. You will be hearing the voices of others on the loudspeakers and stuff like that. But the reality is that at this time, I don't think anybody should be on the fence. Everybody who has decided to come out and vote should already know who they're voting for. And the only thing we can do right now is just get the few people who are still waiting on God's guidance to give them that final push. But I'm giving you that final push. Give us this one. Give us this change. Give us the time to effect change. Give us the opportunity to try. Even if we try and fail, give us the opportunity. And we are not speaking failure into the atmosphere. We are speaking victory, because we are clear in what we have to achieve. We are clear in our minds what our mission is on behalf of the people of Tobago. We are essentially abundantly clear as to what that is. I'm asking for the chance. Tasha Grace Boris in Tobago West. Mr. Duke is asking for the chance in Tobago East. And I'm telling you guys that with both of us representing you in Parliament, you will see change. You will see positive change for the island of Tobago. You will see the kind of change that you are begging, hoping, and praying for. And that we decree that that change is going to come, and it is going to come soon. So thank you guys for being with me. Thank you guys for those of you who religiously came on every morning for the last 4 weeks. Thank you so much for just your love, prayers, and support. You have been awesome. And, God bless. To those of you out there, be safe as you go about your day. I will see you, and take care until we see physically. I'm praying for you as you pray for me. I will continue to pray for you, as I hope that you will continue to pray for me. And let us have a good day, and let us bring home the victory that we want on August 10th, 2020. Take care, and bye-bye.
Say what them doing, and have the people them a ball, and every day me get pressure. The people them a ball out pressure. The PM them applying more pressure. But what's in you can say my we savior.
Gonna stop till the battle is won and we get justice. Cause if you lose your stand, anyone will try to push you over and over. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Don't be discouraged by the pitfalls and their worries. They endure for one night, but joy cometh in the morning. And if you lose your soul, there's nothing to gain. It will be over. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize. Lift up your head and hold it up high. We know that we'll win the prize.
Sitting in your church on Sunday, thinking who you're gonna screw Monday, who you're gonna thief, who you're gonna rob. Take it as me till you say you can't fool God too. Every day you ball out, Jaja. Call yourself a dreadlocks rasta. Terrorize the people on your lead, cause that's how you get wicked when you lick the code. By his deeds shall a man be known. Wanna ask you for a piece of bread, you give him stone. By his deeds shall a man be known. Natty up your head and worship Babylon throne. By his deeds shall a man be known. Straighten up your liberty and don't fall down. By his deeds shall a man be with your big money plan. Tell me where you get your first money from. How you plant your field, how you make your deal. Then come tell your picnic, them fit don't smoke weed. Left your air condition office and gone a bar. Impress a little easy girl with your pretty car. When you're done, she said she have to get paid. What a fret you a go fret when you hear she have. I is this shall a man be now. Man, I ask you for a piece of bread, you give him stone. I is this shall a man be now. Natty up your head and worship Babylon show. I is this shall a man be now. Straighten up your liberty and don't bow down. I is this shall a man be now.
When I lay down on my bed, when I thought about the God I serve and all I'm going through, as the memories rushed down through my mind, it brought tears down to my pillows. Saying to myself, I must rise and go and testify. 'Cause man was made to serve Jah, and together we live forever. Man was made to serve Jah, and together we live forever. Upon this earth on which I trod to teach the word of God, my Bible is my only shield and the music is my rod. I pray mankind would hear my voice and listen when Jah called, but all they do is carry on like they don't care at all. When man was made to serve Jah, and together live forever. Man was made to serve Jah, and together we'll live forever. Yeah, yeah, you now. Yeah, yeah, you now. Blow your nose and not your mind. I know that you are not blind, so please make up your mind. Mankind, if a man do wrong, then you do it too. Judge is gonna beat you for true. There's an unseen eye watching you. Any little thing that you do, you and you and you. Why I, so blow your nose and not your mind. 'Cause we are living in a tedious time. Jaja is turning back the hands of time. Mankind, righteous man, Jaja want in the starlight. Yet a righteous man is so hard to find. So I wonder who's gonna stop the war and crime. Whoa, there are some people can't do things on their own. Yes, they have to wait till mom and dad come home. Yes, you got to learn, then you will earn. Why, so blow your nose and not your mind. I know that you are not blind, so please make up your mind. Mankind, mankind, God of mercy. Whoa, yo, whoa.
Asking asking for help, and we didn't only hope. So we're here sending a message. Heard voices crying out in the valley asking for help, and we didn't only hope. So we're here sending a message.
How many times do we have to see our brothers die in the street from a bullet by another brother trying to find food to eat? Just to survive, we've gotta be enemies. That is how we get defeat. So that's why we're delivering this message to every leader in the world.
We heard voices crying out in the valley asking for help, and we're their only hope. So we're here sending a message. Heard voices crying out in the valley asking for help, and we're their only hope. So we're here sending.
Rastafari, and it's last time we get to lose the reigns of all living things. King of all kings, rule all things.
God give us strength, oh, never let I face to live out the greater part of my days. Give us strength, oh, Jah, give us strength, oh, never let I face, no, to live out the greater part of my days. Give us strength, yeah. Whoa, whoa, Lord. Hey, whoa, oh Lord, only Rasta can liberate the people over hills and valleys too. Don't let them fool you. Don't believe for a minute that they are with you. Shall free the people over hills and valleys too. Don't let them fool you. Don't believe for a minute, they don't like you. There was good and evil, we chose good. Why waste the time of the Most High, ye sons of men? The rich man's wealth is in the city, yeah. Destruction of the poor is his poverty, Lord. Destruction of your soul is vanity. Yeah, yeah. Do you hear? I wanna rule my destiny. Yeah, I wanna rule my destiny.
Yeah, what's in Duke? Tashia Boris, freedom fighters. Yeah. What's in Duke? Can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I feel freedom. Tashia Boris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Tobagonians black and brave, like Elia Robinson was brave. They put a bullet through his leg. Attack with full force, that's what he said. Brave like James Begat, LPT James. Brave like Winston Murray. We have Watson Duke today, and their blood run through his veins. Tobago, can you see the promised land? Oh, I feel freedom. Tobago feel freedom. Tashia Boris, can you see faith, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I see freedom. Alicia, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I feel freedom. PDP lead us to 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 freedom. Yeah. What's in Duke? Tashia Boris. Freedom fighters. Yeah. What's in Duke? Can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I feel freedom. Tashia Boris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Tobagonians black and brave like Elia Robinson was brave. They put a bullet through his leg. Attack with full force, that's what he said. Brave like James Begat, LPT James. Brave like Winston Murray. We have Watson Duke today. And their blood run through his veins. Tobago, can you see the promised land? Oh, I feel freedom. Tobago feel freedom. Tashia Boris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. We feel freedom. Molly Augustine, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Dr. Faith, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I see freedom. Alicia, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I feel freedom. PDP lead us to 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 freedom. Yeah. What's in Duke? Tashia Boris. Freedom fighters. Yeah. What's in Duke? Can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I feel freedom. Tashia Boris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Tobagonians black and brave like Elia Robinson was brave. They put a bullet through his leg. Attack with full force, that's what he said. Brave like James Begat, LPT James. Brave like Winston Murray. We have Watson Duke today. And their blood run through his veins. Tobago, Tasha Morris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. We feel freedom. Molly Augustine, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Dr. Faith, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I see freedom. Alicia, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I feel freedom. PDP lead us to 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 freedom. Yeah. What's in Duke? Tasha Morris. Freedom fighters. Yeah. What's in Duke? Can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I feel freedom. Tasha Morris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Tobagonians black and brave like any Robinson was brave. They put a bullet through his leg. Attack with full force, that's what he said. Brave like James Begat, APT James. Brave like Winston Murray. We have Watson Duke today, and their blood run through his veins. Tobago, can you see the promised land? Oh, I feel freedom. Tobago feel freedom. Tasha Morris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. We feel freedom. Molly Augustine, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Dr. Faith, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I see freedom. Alicia, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I feel freedom. PDP lead us to 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 freedom. Yeah. What's in Duke? Tasha Morris. Freedom fighters. Yeah. What's in Duke? Can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I feel freedom. Tasha Morris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. full force, that's what he said. Brave like James Begat, APT James. Brave like Winston Murray. We have Watson Duke today, and their blood run through his veins. Tobago, can you see the promised land? Oh, I feel freedom. Tobago feel freedom. Tashia Boris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. We feel freedom. Molly Augustine, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Dr. Faith, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I see freedom. Alicia, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I feel freedom. PDP lead us to 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 freedom. Yeah. Watson Duke. Tashia Boris. Freedom fighters. Yeah. Watson Duke, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I feel freedom. Tashia Boris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Tobagonians black and brave like Elia Robinson was brave. They put a bullet through his leg. Attack with full force, that's what he said. Brave like James Begat, APT James. Brave like Winston Murray. We have Watson Duke today, and their blood run through his veins. Tobago, can you see the promised land? Oh, I feel freedom. Tobago feel freedom. Tashia Boris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. We feel freedom. Molly Augustine, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Dr. Faith, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I see freedom. Alicia, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I feel freedom. PDP lead us to 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 freedom. Yeah. Watson Duke. Tashia Boris. Freedom fighters. Yeah. Full force, that's what he said. Brave like James Begot, APT James. Brave like Winston Murray. We have Watson Duke today. And their blood run through his veins. Tobago, can you see the promised land? Oh, I feel freedom. Tobago feel freedom. Nashia Morris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. We feel freedom. Molly Augustine, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. Dr. Faith, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I see freedom. Alicia, can you see the promised land? I see freedom. I feel free.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, Trinidad and Tobago. Good morning, Tobago. Good morning, all who's watching, all who are listening to me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you all so much for joining me this morning. This is Dr. Faith B. Israel, one of the deputy political leaders of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. And we are here because we are coming close to the date. We are coming close to that date with destiny. Good morning, Kezia. Good morning, everyone who is watching from the Facebook Live. Emerson watching from St. Vincent. Bernie, good morning, watching from the UK. Morning. Stephanie, morning, watching from Florida. Good morning, Joanne. Thank you for sharing the mandate, Joanne. Good morning, everyone. This is Dr. Faith B. Israel, Deputy Political Leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, and we are here. It is a wonderful Friday morning. It is an amazing Friday morning here in Tobago. We are a couple days away from the election. And it's going to be an amazing time. It's Friday. On Monday, we have the election on Monday morning, bright and early at 6 a.m. The polls open on Monday morning at 6 a.m. And we are hoping that by this time, everyone who is hearing me, everyone who is seeing me would have already voted. Everyone who is seeing me, everyone who is hearing me would have already voted by Monday morning this time. That is what we are hoping for. That is what we are praying for. That is what we are hoping that Trinbagonians understand, that Tobagonians understand the importance of these elections, the importance of this 2020 general elections for the Tobago House, for the national elections for Trinidad and Tobago. As you are aware, the Progressive Democratic Patriots is fielding two candidates on Monday. We have Miss Tashia Grace Boris and and we have Watson Solomon Duke, who are our Tobago East and Tobago West, or I should say Tobago West and Tobago East candidates respectively. And they are going to be under the banner of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. They are going to be the ones under the banner of the Bamboo Bolife. The Bamboo Bolife. They are going to be the ones. They are going to be the ones who are going to who we are going to send to Trinidad to speak on our behalf for the Tobago House of Assembly. I hope those of you who are watching on Facebook, it's now clearer. I cleaned the lens for the camera. I hope it is clearer now. We have, as Cindy says, only 3 more days away from freedom and betterment. Yes, that is what we need. 3 more days away from freedom and betterment. Thank you so much for that succinct way of putting it, Cindy. I am going to spend some time today talking about a couple things, just to wrap it up a little bit as we go ahead. If you are on WhatsApp, we have just released the PDP mandate, our national mandate, and we are using the term mandate because in our minds, we are not putting out a manifesto. We are not putting out a thing that says this is what we're going to do for you, and which is what political parties normally do. What we are doing is putting out a mandate, and a mandate is basically a contract between the people on the ground, the people who elect us, and those of us who are elected. So it is a working contract. It is as if we sat together in front of lawyers and said, this is what we agree to do, this is how we agree to do it, this is when we agree to do it, and so forth. And we now have a signed contract between the people of Tobago, the people of Tobago East, and the people of Tobago West. This is the contract that we have with you. This is the contract that the Progressive Democratic Patriots has with you. This is the contract that Mr. Watson Solomon Duke has with you. This is the contract that Ms. Tashia Grace Boris has with you. So when we go forward after August 10th, you can look back at this document, look back at the contract, and evaluate whether we have done a good job or not. And I say we because the Progressive Democratic Patriots moves as a team. The Progressive Democratic Patriots works together as a collective body. So when we have our 2 representatives, because I'm speaking life into it, on Monday night, we would recognize that Tobago has 2 PDP representatives going to the parliament to advocate on our behalf. When we have those 2 representatives working in Trinidad, they will be working very, very, very closely with the Tobago House of Assembly PDP reps when we get our elections in 2021 or December 2020 or whenever the THA elections come around. And let me stick a pin in there one time and highlight something that I have been hearing. I've been hearing people speak about the idea of them not participating in the general elections because it is not important. And you are waiting for the Tobago House of Assembly elections. Well, I would like to let you know that the way the Progressive Democratic Patriots has been thinking about this and the way we've been looking at all of the needs and wants of Tobagonians, we need to have Tashia Grace Boris and Watson Solomon Duke in the parliament from Tuesday. Because what they do in Trinidad from Monday night, from Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, whenever their inauguration or swearing in is going to directly affect what we do in the Tobago House of Assembly from henceforth. So this is not an election for you to say you're skipping the general election and you're waiting for the Tobago House of Assembly. No. We can't afford to do that because it is sending these 2 people to Trinidad on behalf of the people of Tobago, 2 people who are going to go down there and fight and stand and quarrel and cuss and mash up the place if need be. Those 2 people, the work that we are sending them to do ahead of time is the work that is going to influence how we function in the Tobago House of Assembly after that. It is critical. I need you all to call all of your friends and family and let them know that this is not an election to play with. Maybe on other times you would say it's not important for the general election, but this 2020 general election is the most important election because this is going to set the foundation. This is going to set the foundation for what happens in the Tobago House of Assembly after. And it's as if you're building a house. It's as if you're building a house. You cannot say, let me spend no whole set of money on the foundation, and you're going to end up spending a whole lot of money on the walls and the roof and all of that, because if the foundation is not well laid, the entire house will collapse eventually. These general elections are like the foundation of a home. We need you. We need every single one of you. Please, 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 if you've heard anybody say they are not voting for the general elections, I need you to commit today. After you're done listening to me today, commit to calling at least 10 people. We are asking each person who is listening to my voice today to commit to calling at least 10 people today. At least 10 people today to convince them that Monday is probably the most important election of their lives if they are Tobagonian. Let them know it is as a foundation for a house. We need the foundation to be very, 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 very strong. We need the foundation to be strong because it is on this foundation that the Tobago House of Assembly will be built. It is on this foundation that the Tobago House of Assembly will be built. And we've spoken about several things as it relates to the Tobago House of Assembly, but I will highlight two again that are most important. One is our ability to make laws for Tobago. One of the first things that Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Burris will be doing is having them send a bill to the Parliament to amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act. And when we amended the Tobago House of Assembly Act, the Tobago House of Assembly Act will be amended to ensure that the THA can make laws for itself as it relates to things pertaining to Tobago. I used the example last week or the week before about the fact that our farmers have been complaining about the guti and the cocrico and all of those things. But because we have a national law that says we are not allowed to hunt at certain times, or we are allowed to hunt at certain times, the farmers in Tobago have to keep suffering as a result of this. If we in Tobago are able to make our own laws in Tobago without having to go through the very lengthy process that I outlined last week, we could make a law in Tobago that says if you are a farmer with a farmer's badge and so forth, and working very closely with the Department of Environment, you would be allowed to hunt as it relates to guti and guana in your area. That is a law that we can make here in Tobago because it affects us, it affects our farmers, it affects what we need done. Those are the kinds of things we are talking about without having to send it to the cabinet for them to decide, and then having to send it, the cabinet then send it to Parliament for them to debate and all of that. No. We should be able next week, Tuesday, next week or the week after, let's say by the end of the month. Let's just give them a little time. By the end of the month, we should be able to say this is a law that we want made in Tobago and we need it made this way. And we should be able to do it because our farmers are crying out. This is what we are asking for. This is why when I say when we send Tashia Grace Burris and Watson Solomon Duke to Trinidad, they are laying the foundation. Because when they then lay that foundation and we come back in right after and have our THA elections, we can then be the Progressive Democratic Patriots, lead the THA to make some of these critical laws that we need made here in Tobago. So that's one quick thing. That's one part of the foundation, and that is why we need those 2 seats in Tobago. For the Progressive Democratic Patriots, you absolutely have to muster bound to go out and vote on Monday. And you should not be confused about who you are voting for. Because the only people in Tobago who can make a difference in Trinidad are the PDP candidates, the Mr. Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris. These are the only two candidates in Tobago who we know for a fact. There is no question about it. There is no doubt about it. These two individuals will go to Trinidad and speak on behalf of Tobago and Tobagonians. There is absolutely no question about that. So when we are talking about voting, on Monday, there is no other option. It doesn't matter which party you like or you want to be in charge in Trinidad. That is for them down there to worry about. That is for them down there to worry about. In Tobago, we have to mind our business. We have to be very, very careful. We have to be very, very decisive. We have to be very conscious of the fact that the only two people, because remember, the other options are the two people who were there before. And we know for a fact that the two who were there before stood silently for the last 5 years. And we need two people who we know will not be silent. We need two people who we know for a fact will speak on our behalf and will represent us and represent us well. So we have to vote Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris on Monday. We have to come out and vote. The other reason we have to send Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris is because the Progressive Democratic Patriots has set out an entire plan about how we will get 10% of the national budget for Tobago. And let me explain why 10%. For the last 20 years, since 2000 is when the then Mr. Hochoy Charles's administration took the government of Trinidad and Tobago to court. It was 20 years ago, a whole 20 years ago. When we finally got the report from the Dispute Resolution Commission, that DRC said that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is supposed to, by law, give the Tobago House of Assembly between 4.03 and 6.9% of the budget. That is what the law currently says. We know for a fact that over the last 20 years, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has been giving us the lowest amount possible. They have been giving us the lowest amount possible. As a matter of fact, for the last 3 or 4 years, with PNM in Trinidad and PNM in Tobago, we've been getting the exact 4.03. I am convinced there's no one who can tell me otherwise that what they've been doing is not just calculating the 4.03, figure out what that number is, and then divide it among the Tobago House of Assembly. Because there is no way that they could be giving the different departments, different divisions money and have it add up. And when it add up, it miraculously is exactly 4.03%. It means that for the last 20 years, when they could have been giving us 6.9%, they've been giving us 4.03%. It means that when you calculate how much money we could have gotten and how much money we should have been using to develop Tobago, you would recognize that the government of Trinidad and Tobago basically owes the Tobago House of Assembly billions of dollars. Billions of dollars. So when we go now, and when the Progressive Democratic Patriots marches, if you recognize, if you've been listening to my discussions for the last couple of weeks, you recognize that when we come, we just come correct. We just come with the receipts, as the young people say. We come with facts and figures. We come with all of our ducks lined up in a row because we know what we are talking about. We are mounting an argument to take to Trinidad with all of the data that is available nationally, the data that is available internationally, because as you are aware, we have been working with some of the best economists and some of the best and brightest minds in the country, on the island, internationally. The people who we have been dealing with are the people who the United Nations call when they need stuff done. That is who we have been liaising with. So when we are going, we're going with facts and figures. We're going with information that cannot be disputed. We are going with data that comes out even from the government, from the CSO, our Central Statistical Office. So when we speak, we're not speaking just off of the top of our heads. We are speaking from facts and figures and realness. That is what we are doing. That is what we are doing. So when we go to them and we make that argument, and really, if you were listening earlier this week, when I spoke about the fact that practically a lot of the oil and gas that the government has been using to fund the government has been coming from what we would classify as Tobago waters. Because we know that is the case, what we really should be getting is about 33% of the budget. What we really should be getting is about 33% of the budget. But we will be reasonable, we will be understanding, we will be rational, and we would go requesting 10% of the budget. Now, the same way, let me let you all know this last Friday before Monday. The same way Mr. Charles took the government to court 20 years ago, the Progressive Democratic Patriots is prepared to do the same thing. The same way Mr. Charles took the government to court 20 years ago, the Progressive Democratic Patriots is also prepared to do the same thing. 20 years is a lot of time for you all to show us your true colors. We know what you've been doing. And by the way, the 20 years that we have been talking about, the red people have been in charge in Tobago for those last 20 years. They have been in charge in Tobago for the last 20 years. And even with the little bit of money that they've gotten, we could see that they've really done, not a whole lot with it, other than thief and get a friend and family and them thing, but that is a different situation. We ain't going down that road. So this is why the Progressive Democratic Patriots, if you are a Tobagonian, if you are a Tobagonian who has your ID card, whether you have gotten your polling card or not, your polling card is the little piece of paper that I send you. It have a gray kind of pattern on the outside that you have to open it. And when you open it, it tells you where you need to go and vote. Even if you do not have that in your hand and you know where you just normally go and vote, go on Monday morning with your ID card and go and vote, even if you don't have your poll card. Even if you don't have your ID card, because your ID card may have expired or something like that, still show up at the polls. Still go and vote, because it means once you've been given an ID card at some point in your life, there is a master ID card. So you will see them actually go in the back and pull out some big book to see if your name is really there, as in you are a citizen of Trinidad and Tobago and you are registered as residing in the area. They will go and look at some big books and say, yes, you have to go in the red line instead of the green line. It might take 2 minutes more than you would take normally, but still go down there and vote. Because we have a situation where we need as much people as possible. Every single person, every single person needs to go out and vote. Every single person go out and vote. That is what we need. You cannot stay home. You have to take the 5 minutes, the 10 minutes, the 20 minutes, whatever it is, you have to take that time to go out and vote. Yesterday I spent a significant amount of time talking about the fact that we have workers who need to be treated with respect. We have a situation, and this is it, you have to be conscious. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke is the most successful trade union leader in Trinidad and Tobago. Alive. let's just go with alive right now, because it's kind of hard to tackle with men like Buttle and those men from way back when. So let's go with alive right now. Mr. Duke is the most successful trade unionist. So imagine having the most successful trade unionist in the parliament advocating on your behalf. That is one, if for no other reason, having the most successful trade unionist, the man who took jail. I remember that, a Friday evening. I think it was a Friday evening when he was up there with the members of the TRHA. I remember that like it was yesterday. And all of them, and in the end we hear that he had to take jail for the members of the TRHA because he was up there fighting for them. Imagine putting him in parliament to do exactly the same thing with the weight of being a member for parliament, with the weight of being the most successful trade unionist in parliament, pushing the laws that are going to affect workers' rights. Pushing the laws that are going to affect workers' rights. And let me read a message that just came in. Thank you, Faith. If you could please again address the fact that daily paid workers across the board are still waiting on their back pay since 2013. That's the last time they got anything resembling a back pay. These folks are still operating on the 2013 salaries. Imagine that. We are now 2020, 7 years later. Faith, please stress that with a PDP-controlled THA, the talk about back pay will be a thing of the past, since PDP will be paying everyone on time. Exactly, and let me just touch that quickly. The whole concept of back pay only happens when you have people who are not being paid the correct salary. There is a negotiation, and because we were not paying them the correct salary for a while, we owe them money. The government owes them money. That is what back pay is. While the Progressive Democratic Patriots, coming from a position of being trade union-led, trade union philosophy, where we understand that the workers and the workers' rights are most important, we would ensure that people are actually working with the salaries that they should be working on. So you wouldn't even have to worry about a back pay because you would be making the salary you are supposed to be making. That is simple. That is where the rest of the world is. It says that the person continues, says it's out in the developed world, back pay is not part of any vocabulary because all workers are paid on time. The language only exists in Trinidad and Tobago. When you have to pay a back pay, it means that in essence, what folks are getting is a reduced value to the change in cost of living. That will be a thing of the past. And that worker, that person who messaged is 100% correct. The concept of back pay means that we are owing you, means that we are not giving you what you deserve, and that is going to be a thing of the past. Because we firmly believe, as I said yesterday, that for workers to be most productive, they need to be happy. For workers to be productive, they need to be happy. And one of the ways workers are happy is when they get paid, and they get paid on time, and they get paid what they should be paid. That is something that is critical. I want to spend today talking about a little bit about the history of the PDP, but I also want to highlight the fact that we have two amazing candidates contesting the election on the 10th of August. I want to also highlight the fact that the PDP has just released our national mandate. We have just released our national mandate. If you want a copy of the mandate, you can WhatsApp message me at 494-8827. 494-8827, and I will send it to you. We have it on our Facebook pages, in our WhatsApp chats, and so forth. 494-8827 if you are interested in having a copy of our mandate. And again, we use the word mandate because it is a contract. It is a contract between those of you who we know are supporting us and those of you who would go to the polls and put your X next to the bamboo bolife on Monday. So it is a contract between each and every one of you and those of us in the PDP. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, Mr. Shea Grace Boris, and the entire leadership of the PDP. Let me go back quickly last night. Last night we had an amazing session in Mason Hall. We had an amazing session in Mason Hall. The reality is, if you listen to the PDP's platform, you would recognize that we come and we speak facts. We bring facts and figures. We bring plans and policies to you. We don't come with the bacchanal. We're not calling up anybody's name in anything because that is not what concerns us. We are here telling you how voting for us or why voting for us is going to make your life better. That is why we are here. That is why we are here. That is why we are here. And because of that, we are continuing to ask you to listen to our messages. We are continuing to ask you to read what is in the mandate. We are continuing to ask you to ignore all of the fluff. Ignore all of the fluff. Ignore all of the fluff that you may be hearing over the next couple days. I happened to turn on Facebook yesterday and saw the other side having their meetings. And I cannot tell you one plan or one policy or one factor or one figure that they came with because they spent the entire time talking about PDP, talking about Watson, talking about Tashia, talking about Farley, talking about all of us. And that is the difference between us and them because we are here speaking about facts and figures. We are here speaking about facts and figures. And that is what we need to do. That is what we need to do. Somebody just messaged me quickly, and because I'm seeing the message, I would answer the question immediately. The person says, Dr. Faith, please take a little time to illustrate or demonstrate the voting process because take it from someone who worked on the polls over and over, a lot of people don't know what they have to do when they go behind to vote. As a result, the ballot is spoiled. Okay, let me address that. Thank you for highlighting that. Let me highlight two things. One, when you go, because this is something that those on the red side keep telling people, they keep trying to scare people by letting you think that they will know who you vote for. I mean, it's the dumbest kind of slave mentality kind of thing, and you should vote against them just because they're trying to keep you in slavery. But let me explain something. When you go into the polling station, and based on whether you have your polling card, whether you have your ID card, if you have your polling card and your ID card, they will tell you go into the green line. If you don't have either of those or you don't have both of those, they will tell you go into the red line. And when you go into the red line, it's because they have to check. They just need to make sure that everything is good, that your name on the list, that you really are a citizen, that you're supposed to vote in that area. When you go to the red line, they are also going to ask you, just in case you don't have your ID, to basically swear that yes, you are who you say you are, and they're going to ask you to do that for them. So that is what takes a little bit more time if you do not have your ID or you do not have your polling card. When you go, they would show you how the ballot is, what the ballot looks like, and they would show you what you are supposed to do, where you are supposed to put your X. You are allowed to put your X. So even though you hear people talking about jamming down the X or voting a million times, the reality is that you are supposed to put one X in the square next to the name of your candidate or next to the symbol of your candidate. Ensure that when you put the X, is a little sticker thing you will be using. Ensure that when you put the X does not touch any line, because when the X touches the line, it then becomes an issue as in where exactly the X is. And in situations like that, your ballot may be considered as spoiled depending on where you put the X, depending on if you put more than one X, then they can make an argument that say your ballot is spoiled. So ensure that you are very careful with where you are putting your X. Look for the symbol, the bamboo bolife. It also has the PDP next to it. Look for the symbol that has the bamboo and has the bolife, meaning the flambeau, the light, the fire, with the three hands holding it. Look for the name Watson Solomon Duke or Tashia Grace Boris. Those are the names, but even if you can't read the names properly, look for the symbol that has PDP. Ensure that the area next to it, in the little square next to it, that is where you put your X. Take your time. Even though when you go in, and this is critical, even though when you go into the polling station and they give you your information, they give you the they take your name and make sure you are who you are and all of that, you hear them shouting, "Faith be Israel, consecutive voter number 10. You would hear that being shouted. They are shouting that so that everybody knows in the polling station how many people have voted. How many people have voted. So we would know at the end of the day, 100 people voted, 10 people voted, how many ever people voted. Please note that that number is not written anywhere on your ballot paper. So when you go behind the little square to vote and you put your X, that consecutive number 10 is not written anywhere on your ballot paper. So nobody knows who you voted for. Nobody can know who you voted for. That number is just said out loud so that everybody, including the PDP people who are sitting there observing, the other candidates, the other parties, people who are sitting there voting, we need to know that at the end of the day, by 6 o'clock the evening when voting is finished, we had 1,000 people voting. So that when they open the ballot box after, it should have 1,000 pieces of paper in there. That is why the number is called. No one knows who you vote for when you go into the box, because that number is not written anywhere on the piece of paper that you would be given to put your X on. I just want to make that abundantly clear, because them evil red people does be trying to convince you that they will know who you vote for. They cannot know who you vote for. The only way they could know who you vote for is if every single person and vote for them and they get one vote. So they know everybody who go in didn't vote for them. That is the only way. They cannot know who you vote for based on that. That number is not written on the paper that you are given to put your X. No one knows who you voted for. And the reason I am stressing that is because these evil, wicked people have been trying to victimize people and have been trying to scare people into thinking that they will know who you vote for. They have been trying to do that. They've done it several times before for previous elections. That's why I am stressing they will not know. They will not know. They will not know. So you have to make sure if they come to you with that stupidness, let them know, not this time. Not this time at all, at all, at all. And by the way, if they come to you with that stupidness, that is a very, very, very good reason to vote the tail out. That is a very, very good reason to vote the behind out, because they should not be coming to try to tell you who you should vote for and who you shouldn't vote for. They should not be coming to try to tell you who to vote for and who not to vote for, because that is not their business. That is not their right. That is not their responsibility. You should be able to go in and vote for whoever you want to vote for. Anybody who come with that stupidness should be a reason to vote for the PDP. It should be a reason to vote for the PDP. That way, when they call the number, and thanks for reminding me, that way no one can come after in the polling station and then add more ballots to the box. Because we saw each person who go in, they were counted. We know we only had 500 people come through this room, 500 people voted. So at the end, when they open the ballot box, 500 ballots should be in there. That is why. So I am just stressing on that so that you don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. You don't have to worry. Voting is your right. And you have a right to vote for whoever you want to, for any reason. Even if to other people it may be a stupid reason, it does not matter. It is still your right to vote. And no one should be scaring you. No one should be trying to make you feel bad, or no one should be trying to convince you that voting for this or voting for that is and this could happen to you and try to make you feel horrible about it. No. As someone said that, yes, it is sacred and it is personal. It is sacred and it is personal. We need to maintain that. And I am going to keep maintaining it even when the PDP wins for the THA election. After that, we should be working so well that you vote for us because you want to vote for us, not because you are afraid or because you think you will be victimized. That we cannot deal with that. We cannot have that happening at all. We cannot have that at all. No, we can't allow that. So again, if you want a copy of the PDP mandate, you can WhatsApp message me at 4948827, or you can message me on Facebook and I would send it to you on Facebook. Another point I wanted to make, just so that we know, this evening being Friday evening, the Progressive Democratic Patriots, we are taking a rest today as it relates to meetings. We are taking a rest. We've been going hard. We've been having meetings practically every night for the last how many weeks? So we are taking a rest this evening. Many of our members are SDA, are Sabbath keepers, and we are honoring that also to allow those members who are Sabbath keepers to help us collectively pray this evening and start the weekend on a good footing. So if you would like, as you're going into the Sabbath, if you are a Sabbath keeper, as you go into the Sabbath, we are asking you to please say a special prayer for us as we go into these last couple days. Please say a special prayer for us as we go into these last couple days. It means, though, that the meeting that we should have had today down on the western area, Bonaccord area, we will actually have that meeting tomorrow night, Saturday night, and we'll be moving around in the west. But the final meeting would be down by the Greens by Store Bay. So the final meeting tomorrow evening, 7:30, 8 o'clock or so, would be down by that big open patch of green by Store Bay. Again, we are looking for places. Where people can come in their cars, stand or sit close to their cars so that they can social distance, so that we can still stay safe. So we are actively looking for locations that allow that kind of setting. So if you know, you can come on the greens, you could come by the car park, you can come around that area and come and park there and listen to us tomorrow night. So no meeting this evening. We are taking a rest day today, but we are back out tomorrow in Crown Point by the greens there by the Store Bay area. So call people, let them know that that is what we are doing. Let them know that that is where we are going. Let them know that that is what we are doing. We are taking a rest and reflect, a rest and pray up kind of day this evening. I also want to take a little bit of time, as I said before, to let you know about our two candidates. So I am going to actually, if you have the mandate, I am going to actually read a bit of it for you to listen to. I'm going to read a little bit of the mandate for you to hear so that you know a little bit more about the candidates. Yes, they are wonderful people. Yes, you see them all the time. Yes, you know them very well. But in some instances, there may be things about them that you do not know. There may be a little bit about them that you do not know. So allow me 2 minutes, allow me 2 seconds to pull up that information so that I can read this information about the candidates on their behalf.
Oh, I see freedom. I see freedom. The Begonians black and brave like any Robinson was brave. They put a bullet through his leg. Attack with full force, that's what he said. Brave like James Begat, APT James. Brave like Winston Murray. We have Watson Duke today. And their blood run through his veins. Tobago, can you see the promised land? Oh, I feel freedom. Tobago feel freedom. Nashia Morris, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom. We feel freedom. Wally Augustine, can you see the promised land? Oh, I see freedom.
So yes, we see freedom. We see freedom, and we are here today to let you know that Monday, the 10th of August, is the day that you can actively participate in your freedom. It is the day that you can actively participate in the process of electing Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris to the cabinet, to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. And electing them would help Tobago see the kind of freedom, would help Tobago see the kind of freedom that we so rightly deserve. So let me take a little bit of time to read through the bios of our two amazing candidates. Our two amazing candidates, and I will start with the ladies first. I'll start with Miss Tashia Grace Boris. So that if anybody asks you if you know her, you would know a little bit about her. You know a great deal about her. It says, and this is in the mandate, so you can follow with me if you have it. Miss Tashia Grace Boris was born on September 15th, 1985 in Canaan, but was raised with her 5 siblings in the communities of Scarborough and Susselands by her parents, Patricia Boris, formerly Charles, and Gary Boris. Academia was her natural calling, as she possesses a thirst for knowledge that cannot be satiated. She attended the Scarborough RC Primary School and then moved on to Bishop's High School, where she received 7 CXC passes, 6 grade 1s and 1 grade 2, and was named her school's female valedictorian for the graduating class of 2002. Tashia entered university in 2004 as a student of the School of Accounting and Management, where she read for a bachelor's degree in computing and information systems. She graduated with upper second class honors in 2008. In 2011, she began her pursuit of an international master's in business administration from the Arthur Lockjack School of Business, where she graduated with distinction in 2015. The girl, bright. Her specialization is in international marketing management. Ms. Boris has worked and volunteered extensively. Her first job, straight out of high school, was at the Young Men's Christian Association, YMCA, as an assistant youth coordinator with their Tobago Community Outreach Program. She then moved on to the Department of Youth Affairs in 2005 as a youth auxiliary and was promoted to Youth Center Coordinator in 2007 to manage the operations of the Bethel Youth Center. Subsequently, she spent 6 years as a customer service supervisor at the Port Authority of Trinidad and Tobago during the years 2008 to 2014. And she was assigned to manage the customer service department at the Port of Scarborough. Tashia has spent a total of 17 years working in the private and public sector in Tobago. Her passion has always been serving people wherever she goes. Her volunteer experience spanned several organizations, including the Tobago Youth Council, the Tobago HIV and AIDS Coordinating Committee, and the YMCA. She also served as a trained peer educator or facilitator for the Tobago Youth Council and was privileged to mentor hundreds of young people in both the Civilian Conversation Corps, CCC, and the Multi-Sector Skills Training MUST program. She has lectured on topics such as sexual and reproductive health, anger management, career planning, and goal setting, among others. Tashia still possesses academic aspirations, and it is her hope to one day read for a bachelor's degree in law as she sees the opportunity to provide much-needed legal services to the less fortunate in our society. Ms. Boris's experience as a young single mother of two, as well as her experience in the corporate world, has made her a staunch advocate for justice and equality for all, regardless of race, gender, background, or political affiliation. Her entry into the political sphere heralds her intentions to be a much-needed voice and force for change in our country. It comes at a time when the country is facing its biggest threat in the form of the COVID-19 virus, as well as spiraling crime in both Trinidad and Tobago. Ms. Boris hopes that her representation in Parliament will finally bring home the long-awaited Tobago Self-Government Bill and an increased budgetary allocation for Tobago in order to jumpstart the island's development. She also intends to use her voice to advocate for salary protections for low and middle income earners who work in our most vulnerable sectors in Tobago, pension reform and increased benefits such as hazard pay for frontline essential personnel. Tashia has a deep love affair with the island of her birth. She hopes to continue contributing to its positive development by inspiring a culture of change among young who need to be prepared to take up leadership positions in a dynamic world. Tashia is also an advocate of the PDP's mantra to put people before politics. That is the short bio that we have of Tashia Grace Boris, our Tobago West candidate for the Progressive Democratic Patriots. This is a young female, a young mother of two, who has personally experienced the ups and downs of life. So when she is advocating on your behalf, know that she's advocating because she understands what the quote-unquote young people going through. She understands what it means to be a teenage mother. She understands what it means to have to work and to fight and to try to make ends meet. So when she is advocating on your behalf, Tobago, it is not because she is speaking from a place of privilege, but she's speaking from a place of personal knowledge. We need to have people in the parliament who truly understands us and understands our needs. We need to have people in the parliament who would understand that when the boats do not move between Trinidad and Tobago the way they should have, and our grocery shelves are actually getting barer, that they do not go into the parliament and say that Tobago is fine because they can purchase almond milk. Tashia is the kind of person who understands that the average Tobagonian does not drink almond milk, does not purchase almond milk, has no wishes to purchase almond milk, which is why almond milk was still on the shelves at that time. She is coming from a place of personal experience. Thank you. She is coming from a place of personal experience. So when she advocates on behalf of Tobagonians, it is because she herself had to find her way to and from Trinidad to go to school. It is because she had to figure out how to take care of her children while she is going to school, while she is working, while she is doing all of that. She had to be able to literally pick herself up, because coming from being one of the brightest girls, and we know how we Tobago people are, coming from being one of the brightest girls and then ending up pregnant, being a teenage mother and having to withstand dealing with that kind of situation in Tobago, and still rising up and showing the average Tobagonian that it does not matter what you are going through, as long as you get through it, you keep your head up high. That is why I keep telling you all, Tobago, that the Progressive Democratic Patriots is not here to pretend that our candidates are this perfect PR. We are not doing the PR stunt thing. We are not, you know how they say you could put makeup on a pig and teach the pig how to talk and all of that stuff, and put them up there and have people be fooled by that. When you see our Progressive Democratic Patriots representatives, you are seeing the real person. You are seeing the real person that has their life experiences and is using their life experiences as a guide, as information to change the world. Miss Tashia Grace Boris came from humble beginnings. She worked her way to where she is now. She is still living the average Tobagonian life and therefore can represent all of our needs. So when she's talking about ensuring that we have a University of Tobago in Tobago, or talking about ensuring that those things happen, it's because she is looking at her own children and recognizing that if her son wants to go to a top-class university in Tobago, he should be able to do that. and her in the parliament advocating for the 10% for the Tobago House of Assembly, advocating so that workers will be treated fairly, advocating so that we can get the Tobago House of Assembly Act modified, advocating so that the Tobago would finally see the kind of autonomy that it needs. She is doing it from a position of experience. She is doing it from a position of experience, and therefore we know that when she speaks, she will be speaking from a place of honor, a place of pride, a place of experience, a place of knowledge, and not just saying this because that is what she was told to say, or not just behaving a certain way because that is how her speech writers told her she needs to say or she needs to behave, or put her hand a certain way because that is how the speech writers say you need to bring this across. No. When Tashia speaks, she speaks with passion because she truly, truly means and truly understands where she is coming from and knows that there are other people in the world who have similar experiences and knows that she needs to fight on their behalf. That is why the Progressive Democratic Patriots, we are honored. We are honored to have the likes of Miss Tashia Grace Boris to work with us. As Assemblyman Farley Chavez Augustine, Deputy Political Leader Farley Chavez Augustine always says, we are trying to pull all of the competent and the willing. We are building a coalition of the competent and the willing. Anyone who wants to be a part of this, who is coming with their skills, coming with their knowledge, coming with just heart, coming with just love for Tobago, we are pulling everybody to be a part of this team because we know that that is what Tobago needs right now. That is what Tobago needs right now, and that is what we are pulling. As I've said before, after Monday night, we put down these PDP jerseys and these PDP flags and so forth. Because after Monday night, all our way is one family, all our way is Tobagonians. So we pick it up again just before the THA election because we had a campaign. But after THA elections again, we put it down. All our ways to Tobago people, all our ways one family. That is how we know it. That is how we will do it. That is where we know we should be. And collectively, all of us doing the right thing, all of us doing our part means that Tobago will develop. And I personally am very, very proud to be a part of a team that will have Miss Tashia Grace Boris on the team representing us. On the team representing us. And yes, I'm seeing somebody mentioning when we speak from the heart and we don't have a piece of paper, which is what you see with, that's one thing, eh? You see it with all of the members of that other party, that red party. They go on the stage and they perform. I want you all to pay very close attention. They go on the stage and they perform because they've been given a list of things to say. They've been coached on how to say it. They've been coached on their intonation and how they put their face and how they raise their hands. They have been coached on all of those things. The sad part is that when they do the recitation and they do the recitation so perfectly well, the same way the Tobago West did her recitation perfectly well just before the last election, I was actually there listening to her thinking, oh my goodness, this was a perfect speech. You recognize that after you hire them, because when you vote for them, it is because you are hiring them. After we hired her and sent her to Trinidad, that she did not go to Trinidad with the speechwriters and the coach. So while at Parliament, instead of speaking on behalf of the people of Tobago, she could not have done that because she did not have the speechwriters and the coach with her. And the Progressive Democratic Patriots, we are not of that. What you see is what you get. When we say we are speaking from the heart because we understand this, because we've gotten the information and so forth, that is what you are saying. And that is what you can expect when we go to Trinidad to represent you. Now, Miss Tashia Grace Boris will be accompanied by Mr. Watson Solomon Duke. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke is our political leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. He is the person, before I read his bio, let me remind Tobago, that Mr. Watson Solomon Duke is an individual who left his cushy life, picked up one day, and just decided, you see what's going on in Tobago, that ain't making sense enough. It just ain't making sense. It ain't making sense. It ain't making sense. So let me go and see what I could do. He contested the elections in 2015 as an independent candidate, and I want you all to pay attention to the progression that this man has made from 2015 to now. 5 years, 5 long years. There was actually a picture, we posted a picture of him and his brother, who was his campaign manager then and is his campaign manager now. 2 of them basically by themselves. And that was where you talk family love, because the brother was like, hey, this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing. If this is what we're doing, this is what we're doing. So Mr. Watson Solomon, you contested the 2015 elections as an independent candidate. He actually got back his deposit. And you have to have gotten a certain percentage of the votes to get back your deposit. I think he is one of the only 1 or 2 people who have actually contested general elections as independent candidates to get back their deposit. So it was a victory. To him, it was a victory. And it gave him the signal that, yes, people are understanding the message and that we should continue. In 2016, he pulled the team together and said, okay, let us go to contest the 2017 election. Let us pull a party together. Let us create a party. I was not around when that happened, but I am hearing people who was there at the time say that it was the most democratic process they have ever seen. They had to collectively come up with different names and they voted. They finally decided on the Progressive Democratic Patriots. That was not a Watson Duke decision. That was the group deciding democratically that is what they were going to do. They then started working on a draft constitution. And even the people who were there working on the draft constitution will tell you that one of the reasons Mr. Watson Duke did not want to go with that draft constitution is because he actually wanted to have more people from the party be a part of the process in creating the constitution. They will tell you that. So when we contested the 2017 elections, the January 2017 THA elections, the party did not have a quote-unquote structure as is normally the case for political parties. Because when we got together in 2016, it was really just to run and jump and campaign for 2017. That is what we did. But since then, we have since created an entire structure, worked on an entire constitution, and we have a full system that is functioning. What I want people to recognize, though, is that even though we did not have a quote-unquote structure, the way the traditional sense, the way the Red Party has a structure, for example, when we had our internal elections, it was smooth as ever. We didn't have no holes at the bacchanal and fighting, and 2, 3, 4 weeks later, you still don't even know who win the internal election. No, there was none of that. And we also recognize that the internal party structure of that Red Party has not helped Tobago one bit, because they have been in charge in Tobago, in charge of the Tobago House of Assembly for the last 20 years. And them being in charge in Tobago, in charge of the Tobago House of Assembly for the last 20 years, with their party that has been in existence for 60 or 70 years, has not helped the people of Tobago one bit. It has not. So we were not as interested in having a quote-unquote structure, because we saw where the structure did not help Tobago. So when the Progressive Democratic Patriots finally came around, we had our members be a part. It was a collective thing. Our members be a part of the creation of the creation of the Constitution, and we had our launch, and we had our full internal convention and all of that, now the Progressive Democratic Patriots can be listed as a party that is well determined, that is well constituted, that has a structure that is led. For example, our chairman is Mr. Dr. Sean Ned. Our deputy chairman is Mr. Andrew Cohen. We have a full list of executive members and so forth that have been doing all of the work behind the scenes. That is why, for example, when the Prime Minister called the election and he jumped up very quickly and said August 10th is the election, leaving us with only 5 weeks to prepare for an election, we were ready. Because we had a group of people who had been waiting and willing and doing the work in the background, waiting for this to happen. So they did not catch us off guard at all. They thought they would have, but they certainly didn't. Let me now read the biography of Mr. Watson Solomon Duke, our candidate for Tobago East. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke is the last of 9 children born in the village of Roxborough, Tobago, to Mr. Wadsworth Duke and Mrs. Hannah Duke, formerly Alexander. Mr. Duke has committed himself to lifelong learning that is multifaceted. His education took him from the St. Barnabas Anglican School in Roxborough, everybody know it as Bay School, on to the Roxborough Secondary School. He then received skills and tertiary training at MIC Institution of Technology, followed by quality technology training at the University of the West Indies, pay and equity training at the Public Administration International in London, and public sector reform training at the International Training Center of the International Labour Organization in Italy. He then completed his practicum on social dialogue and its impact upon the workforce in Frankfurt, Germany, and is currently concluding his LLM in employment law at the University of Leicester, United Kingdom. Let me just put a plug there. The reason that this is still not complete in terms of the Masters of Law is because of the whole COVID situation and not being able to travel and having those kinds of restrictions over the last couple months. So that is why this is still to be completed, because the entire world stopped because of COVID. Wherever there is discrimination, exploitation, and inequity, Mr. Duke is at the fore, ready to assist. Nationally, he has saved over 50,000 jobs in the public sector, which includes WASA, Board of Inland Revenue, and Customs and Excise, among many others, and has enabled over 50 individuals who were terminated to retain their jobs. He believes in job security for all and was instrumental enabling over 12,000 workers to receive permanent appointments included in the civil service, WASA, the 5 RHAs in Trinidad and Tobago, and the list goes on. Moreover, Mr. Duke has successfully negotiated for over 80,000 workers throughout Trinidad and Tobago. And within 2 negotiating periods, workers received a minimum of 23% increase in salary to a maximum of 120% increase. He enriched the lives of Trinbagonians by ensuring that back pay or arrears ranging from between 20,000 to over 500,000 were paid to workers. He is the political leader of the Progressive Democratic Patriots, and he is of the view that job and financial security is good, but security for the human family is equally important. Therefore, he negotiated for over 300 HDC homes to be distributed to public servants in this country. Mr. Duke also ensured that over 20,000 public servants and their families are covered by a multi-million-dollar medical insurance plan. From all accounts, one cannot deny that Mr. Duke is indeed a master negotiator. In 2015, Mr. Duke ran as an independent candidate to test whether there was room in Tobago for a new approach to politics and received a positive signal from the electorate. Of the 13 contestants in Tobago, he was the only candidate apart from the 2 PNM candidates whose deposit was reimbursed. Mr. Duke therefore created history to become the first independent candidate to ever enter an election and regain his deposit. The people had spoken, and he responded by creating the opportunity for Tobagonians to create their own political party with their own logo in just under 3 months. The Progressive Democratic Patriots was born out of a truly participatory process. The PDP is the first and only party in Tobago that is 100% Tobago-based, as its founder had never been part of any other political organization, nor was the party born out of a fallout of any other group. The PDP is also the first political organization to focus on a participatory process, as we believe in developing this island child by child, family by family, village by village. Mr. Watson Solomon Duke is famous for his radical thinking and ability to deliver to the masses. As the minority leader of the Tobago House of Assembly, he and his team, comprising of Assemblyman Farley Chavez Augustine and Councillor Dr. Faith B. Israel, were able to highlight key issues affecting the lives of Tobagonians, including but not limited to, and I will read them: the collapse of the Air and Sea Bridge in 2017, which was effectively highlighted nationally and regionally with a protest swim to Toco, Trinidad. The inefficient ground transportation in Tobago East and Northeast, which was highlighted by a 25-kilometer protest walk from Roxborough to Scarborough. Yes, we walked from Roxborough to Scarborough. The need for the implementation of a Tobago Transportation Agency, the lack of food security and food serenity on the island, and recommendations to improve same. The eradication of victimization, corruption, cronyism, and nepotism within the THA. The need for greater accountability and fiscal responsibility in the THA. The extensive benefits to be achieved from Tobago becoming a duty-free zone. We debated on that. The deficiencies relating to diagnosis and treatment while unnecessarily duplicating services in the healthcare system. The irregularities of water supply and inconsistencies of power outages across the island. The demand for a Tobago University with faculties strategically based throughout the island, covering a range of innovative and relevant fields of studies. The importance of including Tobago's history, heritage, culture, and governance into the curriculum of nursery, primary, and secondary schools in Tobago. The need for the THA to foster a reinvention of the Tobago Carnival celebrations while efficiently managing the festival's budgetary resources in order to attract greater participation. The advocacy for the central bank's temporary setup in Scarborough, Tobago during the change from the 100 paper notes to polymer notes. You all remember that? When it's we that had to fight and say if they're doing it, if white central bank can't come to Tobago. Imagine that. Finally, Mr. Duke therefore proposes massive reform in the areas of education, food security, health, public sector management, finance, and infrastructure, and therefore invites you to help build a better Tobago. A Tobago where the PDP puts people before politics. So there you are. There you are. These are the two candidates. These are the two candidates that the Progressive Democratic Patriots has put before the people of Tobago, asking your support. It is now 11:17. We are hoping that by this time on Monday morning, everyone who is hearing my voice would have already put their X next to the bamboo bulletin. As long as you can vote, as long as you are over the age of 18 and registered to vote in Tobago, we are asking you to go out on August 10th, Monday morning, bright and early, to put your X next to the bamboo bulletin, next to Tashia Grace Boris and Watson Solomon Duke. And again, I'm reminding you that I know that some people have been saying for the longest while that they do not participate in the general elections in Tobago. They pay more attention to the Tobago House of Assembly elections. But this is one time Tobago where both the general elections and the Tobago House of Assembly elections are important. This general elections is important because this is where we will lay the foundation for the work that the Tobago House of Assembly would be doing when you elect the PDP to finally govern the Tobago House of Assembly. Remember the 2 seats in Tobago. These 2 Tobago East and Tobago West seats. Having sent Watson Solomon Duke and Tashia Grace Boris to Trinidad, these 2 Tobago seats are what we will use to negotiate to determine who becomes the government of Trinidad and Tobago. And those negotiations would not be for our own personal gain. Those negotiations will not be for us to get things for ourselves and our families personally, no. Those negotiations will be on behalf of the people of Tobago. On behalf of the people of Tobago. These negotiations would be to have the Tobago House of Assembly get 10% of the budget. And when we say 10% of the budget, we mean we want that monies given to us one time. Don't give me the money piece. Because we know that if somebody owe you money, and this is sometimes you just have to break it down to so that everybody understands. If somebody owe you $1,000, right? We know that it is better for them to give you your $1,000. Because if they come today and give you 100, and come tomorrow and give you 100, and come the next day give you 200, and come the next day and take, by the time they are finished giving you your $1,000 total, you ain't seeing your way. Because when they give the $100, you use the $100 for something. When they give the 200, you use the $200 for something. And that is what we've been getting in the Tobago House of Assembly. As a matter of fact, for a very long time, the central government of Trinidad and Tobago has been giving the THA illegally their money every month. It's one of the reasons why the THA couldn't sit away. And instead of screaming and shouting disrespect and infringement as they used to do when Orville London was there and the People's Partnership was there, this group of people in Tobago sat very quietly and accepted the illegal actions of the Red Party in Trinidad, sending our money month to month. The PDP is saying none of that. We want to amend the Tobago House of Assembly Act for you to give us 10% of the budget. And we spoke at length this week about the fact that so many trillions cubic feet of gas is being pumped out of Tobago water, out behind Castara, out behind Charlottesville, out from around Plymouth area. All of that is being pumped, has been pumped, and is continuing to be pumped, and will continue to be pumped by these gas companies. So when we say we are in need of at least 10% of the budget, it's not because we're begging cap in hand, but it's because we understand what we are contributing to the purse of Trinidad and Tobago. And because we know that a significant proportion of the developmental funding has been going to Trinidad, being used to develop Trinidad, while Tobago has been getting chicken feed. And I give the example. For the last couple of years, Tobago has been getting about $200 to $300 million for developmental funding. The Red House. They spent over $400 million to renovate the Red House. So the Red House alone in Trinidad got almost 2 years worth of developmental funding that they sent to Tobago. That can't be fair. That can't be fair. That absolutely cannot be fair. And when we are saying we want the 10% of the budget, yes, we want it one time. That way, when you're giving money in bulk, we can then say, okay, this is what we get. We get with 5 billion. We can now divide it up. The 1-point-something million got to salaries and them thing normal that we are accustomed to do. But we now know that we have a 4 billion or a 3-point-something billion to play with. And that way, we can then look at the international ports. We can then look at the cruise ship jetties. We can then look at the University of Tobago. We can then start calling people like Harvard and MIT and those people and say, hey, remember when we were talking about doing this, we're ready now. We have some money to invest into it because we know, well, we get with money in bulk and we're seeing we way, as Tobagonians say. But when they give it piece up, you can't see your way. You can't see your way. And that is what we need to be able to see our way here in Tobago. Give it us full, quick, easy, and then we do the management here in Tobago. We do the management here in Tobago. And that is one thing that they would be negotiating for. One thing that they would be negotiating for starting Monday night self, when we get the final results and we realize that Tobago East and Tobago West, the people in Tobago East and the people in Tobago West, and recognize that where Tobago has been going for the last couple of years is not where we need to go, and we need to just change. We need a change. Then they can start negotiating on our behalf. And as I've said very clearly before, I personally have no issues with the 2 Red Party members of Parliament who was there before. They are lovely people. They are nice people. They are kind people. But that does not make a good member of Parliament. The fight that Tobago has to fight, the fight that Tobago has had to fight, you need people who are not afraid to speak up. As I said before, the only reason Tobago is actually getting as much money as we are getting now is because you had Mr. Hochoy Charles. And yes, we know the man. We know the man rough. And we know the man, he have a way about him. But it is that way about him and that roughness about him that we needed 20 years ago for us to get where the 4.03 to 6.9% that we are getting now. It wasn't because we had a nice, calm, quiet, charismatic person at the time. We needed somebody who was rough and rugged and could have got down there and shake and cuss and carry on and behave stupid when need be. The 2 PNM members have shown us for the last 5 years that they are too diplomatic. They're too quiet. They're too calm. I don't know if it is because of who they are personally or if it is because they are part of a party that has muzzled them. I cannot say. But we have 5 years of seeing where they are, how they are, and we have 5 years of practical silence from them. The kind of fight that Tobago is about to fight needs 2 people who are not diplomatic. You need 2 people who go down there and mash up the place if need be. Because that is the kind of fight that we need. That is the kind of wrestling that we would need to happen in the parliament in Trinidad. We can't send 2 people who too polite and had to worry about fam and had to worry about the party and whatnot. So I see that the phone is thing. Let me see if the phone lines are actually working today. Hello, today you're on the air.
You hear me? Hello? Hello?
Yes, I'm hearing you. Go ahead.
Yeah, because he was working this morning with Miss Morris. Yes. I don't know what she did, but she said something and he was working. Listen, you see, you're putting it a little too nice in terms of if they're diplomatic and so on. The people and them know exactly what they're doing. You know what I'm saying? They are about continued enslavement and bondage for Tobago. They know exactly what they are doing, right? You have to understand, as I said, a slave master divides and rule. When he wants to get his way, he would plant his people inside, and they would be divisive inside it, and they would have their way. So while we here fighting among ourselves, he's there having their way, and they're reaping the resources of Tobago, which will be shared equitably. They know exactly what they're doing, you know. They know they cannot sell out because they're not about forming a party of their own and fighting Tobago, which should be the case. They're full well aware of everything. So you're putting it too nice about these people. They have a history of that and so on, and they know exactly what is required, but because of what they enjoy and the power and the money, they turn a blind eye to the rest of Tobago's suffering and neglect and so on. That is exactly what is going on. I would put it nice like that at all on the PNM, right? Because they know all the history that has been happening in Tobago under the PNM, past and present. All right?
Yes, thank you so much. And, I guess I am just being polite. It's probably because I know the lady them and I know that they're nice.
Yeah, you're real nice today. Don't listen. When a man who is a house beater and all them things, beating women and things, you think he just come to you in his true sense and so on? He comes to you with the nicest kind of way. And it's when he get in, when they get inside, then you'll see the true colors. Yeah? And they have shown the true colors for decades in Tobago here. Their interest is about Trinidad. At the end of the day, Trinidad, 99% Trinidad, and give her 1% over here. That's what they're doing. It's never about the development of Tobago. You have seen nothing in history where it's about having Tobago develop side by side. Never in history. Listen, I born and grew up and think knowing about self-governance and so on. And I heard the history all about eating grass, all the different things that were said and so on. I have never in any corner in my lifetime as a young man hear any discussion between PNM. I hear all the kind of discussion about different things about party and so on, but I've never heard them talk about self-government as an issue. You have to remember that your self-government issue was only discussed after Mr. Jack brought it back in the House here, and they said, London said, what is self-government? He want to know what it is, and that's the first time they really went into it. It's not part of their interest. They never have it as something being discussed among them. For Tobago, it has never been with them. This is the only time they start dealing with this, and they hijack it because it makes them look good. But they never had an interest in self-governance. They were the ones who said when we brought that up over the years when I was a little boy, that Tobago want to secede. That's what they were telling people and starting to mash up Tobagoans' mind, that we want to secede from Trinidad when it was not that. You follow?
Yes, I follow, and thank you so much. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. So, the lines are working, which is absolutely wonderful. The lines are working. So if you want to call normal, call 717-9591, 717-9591. Or if you want a WhatsApp call 734-6355. Another call coming in. Hello, good morning. You're on the air.
President, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Dr. Fidi, two representatives for Tobago East and West. We have to be quiet because the Prime Minister came up here and tell the Chief Secretary to sit down.
So true. I remember that insult, and the man just sit down and started laughing. Could you imagine if that was Mr. Duke who they told her to? The whole meeting would have mashed up. Imagine that, Imagine if that was Mr. Duke. Or even Fali Chavez Agustin. They could have done that kind of madness. Tell the big man who is supposed to be the chief advocate for Tobago. And by the way, when the Prime Minister told our Chief Secretary to sit down, it's because he was asking about the airport relocation story, That is what he was asking about. He was trying to make a case for the people in Crown Point to be treated fairly. That is what he was trying to do. And the Tobago Prime Minister tell the man to sit down. And the two MPs, the Tobago East and the Tobago West MPs, sat there and they were laughing too. Instead of everybody picking up their Georgie bundle and saying, you can't do with people them that, they sat there and they were laughing too, which says something. Again, if you are calling, you can call 717-9591. Thank you, the calls are working. Or WhatsApp 734-6355. 734-6355. And let me warn you all again, I'm going to ask you, even though we are not having our meeting today, I need you all to, especially as we go into this last couple days, to continue to pray for us, Continue to pray for us, because, you know, during the last couple days when they realize that water more than flour, you never know what they may want to come with. And we need as many of you as possible, our prayer warriors, our we need as many of you as possible to go down in supplication on behalf of the Progressive Democratic Patriots. We need it. Hello, good morning. You are on the air.
Hello, good morning, Dr. Faith.
Hi, good morning, morning.
Something I would like a little more clarity on it. You said something some time ago about the internal self-government bill being dead, or it had to start all over again. And I'm not hearing the other side saying anything about that. Now, is that really so? Could you elaborate on that a little bit, because I am really curious about that, and why the Prime Minister didn't say that when he was in Tobago a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago, speaking about that said issue.
Yes, certainly. I would, let me quickly go through the history of what happened. So in 2016, Mr. Orville London, the Tobago Chief Secretary, PNM Chief Secretary, handed the draft of the bill to Dr. Keith Rowley in 2016. Dr. Keith Rowley took it and did nothing with it until we were the ones pushing. I was the one actually pushing, asking where is this bill, and they finally laid it in Parliament. It was read once in Parliament in 2018. After reading once in Parliament, they agreed to have it sent to a Joint Select Committee. The Joint Select Committee should have worked for 3 months and brought it back to Parliament with whatever amendments and whatever, for them to take it to Parliament, read it a second time, and then start voting on it. It never came back from the Joint Select Committee. It was never voted on. And when you look at the parliamentary website, you would see where it says for that bill that in July, I think the 3rd, if I'm not mistaken about the day, I think the day is the 3rd, the bill has lapsed. In Trinidad and Tobago, the term lapsed means it no longer is on the agenda. They are no longer doing anything with it. For that bill to be in the Parliament again, they have to basically start the entire process over again. So that is basically what happened. When the Prime Minister was in Tobago on Rise and Shine a couple weeks ago, when Brother B asked him about it, he gave the impression that the UNC and them in Trinidad would not vote for it because it needs a special majority. But the reality is he never actually brought it back to the Parliament for the UNC to vote for it or not. It was never actually brought back to the Parliament for anybody to vote for it. So he does not know whether the UNC would have voted for it or not. He cannot say. It was never brought back. And I have highlighted here several times other bills that actually they got full support. Both UNC and PNM in Trinidad voted for several bills within the last couple months, and we ain't even talking about the 4 or 5 years. I'm talking about since the last October to now. Several bills where all of them unanimously voted for those bills. So if they really wanted to vote for it, they would have done it. When they say that they've done all that they can do, they are downright lying to the people of Tobago. They are downright lying, because after 2018, the bill was never brought back to the Parliament for anybody to vote on it. So they cannot tell you that is the UNC who didn't vote, because they never brought it back for it to be voted on. That is not me. That is not me who said it. That is the parliamentary website of Trinidad and Tobago is where I got that information from. There's a message on WhatsApp. Morning, Dr. Faith. It's amazing how information comes out when a topic is hot. I heard on another program this morning morning that the two Tobago PNMites said to a joint select committee that Tobago did not need self-governance but a county council-like arrangement. Oh, really? Well, I didn't even know that. They had good? Hello, good morning. You're on the air.
Yes, I am calling back again. So are you saying when the Prime Minister said when he was on Rise and Shine that this bill is at the joint what is the word, the joint
select committee?
Yes. Is that a blatant lie? Because you see, I'm a person willing to call a spade a spade. I am not on any party. I am yet to be convinced. So I am looking for the truth. Are you saying that was a blatant lie?
So, when you have to look back at which of the interviews he's talking about. If it was an interview that was done before July, then technically he was not lying because he was still at the Joint Select Committee, because it went to the Joint Select Committee since 2018, and because the Joint Select Committee did not present their final report, technically, if it was the interview was done before July, it would still be at the Joint Select Committee. But this is a Joint Select Committee that should have completed its work in 3 months, and 2 years later, it's still doing its work apparently.
So then this is an interview that was done probably in before July, late. So are you saying that now the bill has elapsed, the time has elapsed, and they have to start it all over again?
That's exactly what I'm saying. The bill has ended, that's it, and they have to start from scratch.
Oh, okay then, thank you.
Hello, good morning. You are on the air.
Yeah. Right, for traffic. This is Power.
Yes, good morning, Power. Good morning. Thank you for calling.
Yeah, well, listen, I was there from the inception, and to hear some light on the problem about internal self-government. When the 2 seats have been won by the GAC, and the Ministry of Tobago Affairs has moved down to Trinidad by the government, and people are getting trouble to get paid and different things. I was there. We raised a motion with Mr. Robinson to go down to Trinidad and ask for internal self-government for Tobago, in which he did. The whole government down there supported it, and they set up a joint select committee. I think Sister Pam was on that committee to hear what the statement was made. All proper and necessary steps should be taken to accord the people of Tobago internal self-government in 1977. That was the Joint Select Committee report.
Okay.
In 1977. And when they give a man by the name of Lionel C. Mongol the bill to draft. When he draft the bill, when they see how the devolution of power to the Island Council, the PLM government said they're giving Tobago too much power. They throw it aside. Because Robinson walk out from Parliament when they bring their own, they draft their own, and when they bring it there, when Robinson read it, he walk out of Parliament, and Dr. Murray stayed. And when he stayed, a fella by the name of Edward Charles from down in the West ended up cuffing Murray in the head because he had no other choice more than to contest the election. It was 8-4, Robinson won the election, and from there we had problems down the line. If I can tell you that when London and them take Tobago, the bridge that building goes low, and the one that building Argyle bridge, when they was widening them 2 bridges there. You're seeing, I was showing people when I drive in on the road, I saying, look what here, showing people the billboard that mark up there. Ministry of Works and Transport and the THA, I was making noise saying that all infrastructure under the bill fall under the Tobago House of Assembly. Bridges, all these things was outlined. And yet still, there was interceding and you was not hearing no disrespect and different thing and different thing. But if you observe from the government has changed and the PNM take power. When the UNC was there, they started about disrespect. But when the PNM take power in Trinidad, all that done, all the disrespect and different things done, all kind of things. They signing treaty with Grenada, Tobago don't even know. Mr. London don't even have a clue what's going on. And it's so I know that the struggle here is a fresh struggle we have to start, and I am quite prepared. People who cannot fight for freedom does not deserve freedom, and people who cannot fight for justice, injustice will be their daily bread. And I am prepared to stand with you all the way.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you so much, Power. Thank you. And you know what? That is what I like about the PDPA, because we have the elders who were there at the beginning of the struggle there with us. These elders who were there. So when they tell us these stories, we realize we just come and we're just continuing the fight. Same thing, we just came and continuing the fight. Same thing, we know. They imagine last year I think there was some agreement with Barbados and Dr. Rowley is in Barbados signing some agreement, and our chief secretary don't know anything about that. Our chief secretary don't know anything about that. The Progressive Democratic Patriots is a Tobago-based party whose aim and whose job is to fight for the people of Tobago. And I'm going to say, Mr. Anderson James, who is on my Facebook Live, if you want to learn about what the party stands for and where the party is, I was hoping you would have come on before. The Progressive Democratic Patriots is a Tobago-based, Tobago-formed, Tobago-based party, and we are fighting for Tobago issues. And we are going to ensure that every manjack know that the 2 Tobago seats will be equal or greater than the 39 seats in Trinidad. The 2 Tobago seats will be equal or greater than the 39 seats in Trinidad, because that is our aim. Our focus right now is very, very clear. We are using those 2 seats to negotiate on behalf of the people of Tobago. And as you can see, or if you, and you'll just think about it, the Red Party has been fighting against Tobago's autonomy from the beginning. And the only reason they actually pick it up is because they realize that it sounds good, and that Tobago, and that if they don't go down that road, they will not win. That is why Mr. Orville London gave the bill to Dr. Keith Rowley in 2016. But remember, we had PNM in Tobago, PNM in Trinidad, all of those years. If they really, really wanted to do it, they had 4 whole years to do it, and they have done absolutely nothing with it. Hello, good morning. You are on the air.
Yes, good morning again before I go, so I know you have a little time left. Listen, yes, what I just want people to understand too is to look at the rise of Mr. Duke and Son, and look back at people in the Bible who were raised up to do certain things. You know, people who were raised up are not smooth people who were just in a jacket and tie and smooth and thing, you know. The Bible show where people were used to bring certain things to be done, and people with a certain kind of thing. And the toughness of Mr. Duke and Son is what is needed to get the things to Tobago out at this time. I want people to really focus on that, right? He was put there at this time here to do a certain job for Tobago, and people must recognize that. It is for our benefit and things that we deserve. I want people to look and think deeply, look in their hearts and search and ask themselves, 20 years later in Tobago, 15 years later in Tobago under the PNM, where are we? Where's our economy? What kind of economy do we have? What kind of jobs are there for our children? High-skilled jobs that can pay well so they can sustain an entire family and so on. Right? Where is our tourism? Just look around. People must do some soul searching at this point in time this weekend and ask themselves, where are we 20 years later? I guarantee if people were to do that honest to themselves, there is no way you can vote for the PNM. It's just pure wickedness that a Tobagonian would vote for the PNM at this point in time. Pure wickedness. No other way to describe it. Yeah? So that I want to leave with that party words for today.
Thank you very much, son. And you're 100% right. Anybody who is honest with themselves, anyone who is really looking at the landscape of Tobago, anybody who knows the history of Trinidad and Tobago would recognize that Tobago has gotten the short end of the stick for the longest while, and 20 years of PNM rule in Tobago has gotten us to where we are now, which is practically nowhere. 20 years has gotten us to where we are now, which, if you are honest with yourself, it is not anywhere where we need to be, where we are supposed to be, and we just deserve better. Tobagonians deserve better. We need better. Our children and our grandchildren and our generations deserve better. That is all. So yes, they have done their part, and maybe that is all that they can do. Which is why Tobago needs to give another team an opportunity to show what we can do. Let us show you what we can do. The two ladies who were there from the last 5 years have shown you, even as it relates to this Tobago autonomy thing, they have told you that they have done their part. They've done all that they can do. They have said that in all of their interviews within the last couple weeks, that is what they've said. And them doing all that they can do, them doing their best, has us 4 years later with a bill that lapsed, meaning it has ended. We have to start from scratch. And if that is them admitting that that is them doing the best that they can do, then we do not need to send them back. They have said that is the best that they can do. Let us send two people who can do more. Let us send two people who can do better. Let us send two people who are willing to fight for the people of Tobago. And I like how the caller put it. Mr. Duke, when you see Mr. Duke is not the most charismatic person when you think about charisma. And as a matter of fact, one of the things that I always say about Mr. Duke is that sometimes when he says the things that he says, it stings. But it only stings because it is the truth. It only stings and it only hurts because it is the truth. And he is man enough to not sugarcoat it for us. He is man enough to not sugarcoat it. That is why it stings so much when he says it. But as he said the other day, he is like Buckley's. It is horrible when you taste it, and when it going down your throat, oh my God, it's the worst tasting thing, but it works. And where we are in 2020, right now, we need a Buckley's in Trinidad. They should know that whenever he speaks, whenever he stands, whenever he walks into a room, that they need to be afraid. That is the kind of representation that Tobago needs right now. We don't need people who are dainty and quiet and sophisticated and sit with their legs lapped. No. We need somebody who is willing to stand up on a table and say, hey, all you, I know where we're going. It ain't working right now for we. That is what Tobago needs right now. This kind of calm and quiet and diplomatic way of doing things will not work. It has not worked over the last 5 years, and it will not work now. It will not work now. We absolutely cannot allow them to go back there and continue doing what they've been doing, because we know the result of that. And as somebody just messaged me, according to the last caller, 20 years of PNM in Tobago has made a few millionaires. but it's millionaires of their cronies, according to her word. It's only a few of us, not even us, because I not in that with them. A select few have become millionaires. We have our own